Didn't sound good, did it? Bob, how you doing, Bob? Bob, you haven't passed your PDA yet. You can't wear that yet. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, first day back from holes and all that. Goodness me. Oh, the first day back. Oh dear, after a nice break and holiday. Getting there. I'm feeling all right. I'm good. I'll get back into the swing of things. Should be all good. I'll just pop back there. All right. Scorchio, can't believe it's like Scorchio. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome back. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're back from holidays and I'm literally feeling like anyone would. First day back from holiday. It feels just I need to get back into the routine. Who's you might have to help me out today here with the history and how things work, but you know what, it's always good just to get stuck in, go raw, you know, fire it up on the cold, and then you just warm up as the week goes by. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, who's back fresh from Devon. Here he is from his holiday adventures on Dartmoor. And he welcomes you all back to his home. This is RAF Coningsby, his home here, where he was indeed founded, where he took his first flight. And a big welcome to everyone who's tuned in. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoon force, with 5 Typhoon Squadron playing a variety of roles. Of course, we've also got 2 display teams as well, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and here at Coningsby, blessed through 29 Squadron, which you've seen a little bit of just now with Bob. Although they can't wear that yet until they've got their PDA, but all in good time, all in good time. Of course, we've got the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team. There are actually 2 types of Typhoons that are here. The coupe, the single-seater FGR4, the fighter ground attack and reconnaissance, and also we've got the trainer, the 2-seater T3. It is dual controlled, and it's there for training purposes. It's not like an F-15E Strike Eagle where you got a Wizzo. It's not like that, but I'm sure they probably could do that. But there we go. Welcome to the show. I think we're going to need to order some new flags, mate. I think they're all a little bit tired, aren't they? But never mind, that's the first day back onto the scene. And here we are here at Coningsby with the legendary, I can see there, 29 Squadron, who have got a lot of history, of course, having accumulated around 26 aces during their First World War involvement. They also had Wing Commander Guy Gibson as one of their pilots before he became Wing Commander as well. Got himself 4 aerial victories during his time with 29 Fighter Squadron, who were indeed a fighter, in fact a night fighter squadron at the time. So our first Typhoon just taxiing out for departure. For those who don't know, I will give you a full rundown, good morning, on the Typhoon as well. If you don't know much about the Typhoon, I'll give you all the details. It has a lot of, even though it's not a 5th generation, it is packed with you know, some very remarkable stealth attributes that give it a very low radar cross section. Around a ½ meter is what's claimed, and that plays a part on the 85% non-metal airframe, and a nice design on the inlets as well, and the way it works with that. And it's got the protective systems around it, the Praetorian system, which although it's pronounced the same as the DAS on an F-35, it is spelt differently with the extra S, D-A-S-S. Don't worry if you don't know what I'm talking about, I will explain later. But it's fitted with the Praetorian, which is the digital aids, defense aids subsystem, which basically alerts it's basically a survivability early warning for the missile approach warning system that the Typhoon has. Dihedral is my new word of the day. That's an actual word to identify the wings there as sort of curved upwards from the fuselage. They are actually dihedral, so they curve upwards, which I never knew until when you catch the Typhoon at at the right angle, you will notice the curvature, which is what's called a dihedral. So basically, when the wing starts to point upwards from the fuselage. There we go. So our first couple of Typhoons taxiing out for departure, powered by 2 Eurojet 200 engines, smashing out with afterburner, 20,200 pounds of thrust each, giving the Typhoon just over 40,000 pounds of thrust combined with the very powerful 8-stage engine, 8-stage compressor, annular combustion, compressing air at a rate of 26:1, bypass of 0.4:1, super cruise capability, and it's a swing roll, which means that it can just change roll just like that. Not many planes can, aeroplanes can do that, or fighter jets can do that and reconfigure from an air-to-air suite to a air-to-ground suite, just like that. Runway 25 in use today. Welcome to Ted's County, Lincolnshire. So here we go. So 5 Typhoon squadrons, which I'll give you an intro very shortly. Welcome to the show. And a big shout out to everyone at RAF Coningsby, all roles. ATC, the Hedgehog crew, you can hear just riding past now. Oh yeah, there you go. That's the Hedgehog crew there with their tow. Got another Typhoon taxiing out. Big shout out to the guardroom, RAF police, all the Typhoon armourers and all the ground crew, tools, mechanics, electricians, technicians, engine techs, PR teams as well, of course, and here we go. Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio is in excess of 1:1. Which means it produces a lot more thrust to its weight ratio in comparison. So it's like take your car and start removing items. Not that I wish you to do that, don't try that at home or in your garage, but for those who do track day would totally know what I'm on about. If you were to take out the all the seats, apart from the driver's seats, take out all the interior door cards, you know, and then you weigh that, take out everything out your boot. If you weigh that, that's now your reduced weight of your car or vehicle, which means you are naturally going to go a lot faster. So same with the Typhoon, very lightweight at just 24,000 pounds of thrust empty, which is remarkable. Producing over 40,000 pounds of thrust, even with payload, full fuel, is still going to be below that. Here we go. My first movement back from holiday. Welcome to the show. can get that much minimum spacing between the two, isn't it? It's quite new for us anyway.
Squadron are the operational conversion unit here, OCU, which is not unique to Coningsby as a role of OCUs. There are various OCUs to train junior pilots on the particular platform. So we've got the Typhoon OCU, which is 29 Squadron. The F-35B is 207 Squadron, based at RAF Marham. On Throw the Map, we've got 24 Squadron, another OCU at RAF Bryce Norton for the heavies, such as the A400 and the C-70. Exactly. Got 42 Torpedo Bomber at RAF Lossiemouth for the P8 and E7 Wedgetail. They're going to be the OCU there. You've also got I-Star Force. You've got various OCUs that do literally different platforms. It's got the Chinook Operational Conversion Unit 28, based at Benson. Also got the I-Star Force. It's various OCUs. Also got the I-Star OCU as well at RAF Waddington. Which is number 54 Squadron. They're the I-Star Force OCU. So there's various operational conversion units to specialise on a particular platform. So for example, for fast jet, frontline, combat ready, literally from RAF Valley, if that was you, and you've just literally passed your advanced flying training, flying the Hawk T2. If it's the Typhoon you are going to be streamed to, then it's here. You will come here. If it's the F-35B, then you will go to RAF Marham with 207 Squadron. Does that make sense? There you go. So if you're looking for a Royal Air Force flying career, plenty to choose from. If it is fast jet, Typhoon or F-35B, they will stream it to you. It will come to you. Then the role would be, you're probably going to be flying the Prob Tutor, then the Prefect. And then after that, it's so from Cranwell to RAF Valley, North Wales, Anglesey. You'll be flying the Texan, powered by the PT6 engine, which I love. And then you'll be on the Hawk T2. And finally, it is time to see where you're going. Cool, isn't it? That's all you need to do. There you go, in a few years. And never give up as well. If you are interested in that fighter pilot career, don't give up. Of course, not everyone's going to be a fighter pilot. Not everyone is going to make it. We all dream when we're kids. Not all of us, but here in England, I certainly wanted to become a footballer. Of course, naturally, as we do. But we don't all make it. Same with the Royal Air Force as a fighter pilot career. Not everyone gets to become a fighter pilot. Typhoon from brakes released at just 8 seconds. Depends on the pilot. Can literally climb into a vertical, so literally 50 degrees, 60 degrees, straight into a vertical climb, which is a little bit different because you are literally accelerating vertically from just 8 seconds, and then 22 seconds later you'll be going supersonic. It's the power of this beautiful, beautiful fighter jet. First flight, the D8. Oh, this looks good. This looks very good. Is this a PTO? Oh, it is. Look at this. I'll zoom out so you can enjoy it. Well, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Literally just talking about the performance of the Typhoon. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and if you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button, give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared a PTO on that like button. Time to ride. Cleared to PTO. It does help the channel, and it does certainly increase the reach for our stream here today, here at RAF Coningsby, Ted's home. Not many fighter jets can do that. From what you've seen, if you haven't quite got the thrust to weight ratio. And again, don't forget, this varies of how much fuel you've got. An F-35A can technically do that with 50% of fuel. Again, thrust to weight ratio on full fuel we're talking about here, but it does decrease of what you've just loaded yourself up with, all right? So just remember that. Oi, oi. See ya. Is that one or two more Foons taxiing out for departure? Aspen, oi to you. Hey man, how you doing? All right, yeah? Good. Good. Aspen, how you doing? Hope you're good. Margot, Captain A, DG Planebrush, how you doing as well? Doolittle. Thanks, man. What we got coming over? What, mate? Thanks. Yeah, there it is. The Prize Norton coming at us here. If I can just get my eyes locked onto it. Hang on. Voyager there. I'll just get myself back from Pilates routine there. Flying high there, lovely. It looks like we've got 3 Typhoons. Just managed to taxi out there. There we go. Davey, oi oi to you. Gaz, Leah, Joshua Brown, Davey, Steve Evans, good morning to you. How you doing? Perez, Mattman Bush, Remco DeVray, Alex Raven, oi oi, Simon Watch on Wibbs. So that was the Voyager. Good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Hope you're all good and well. Hope you all had a good weekend. So what will the day bring? So far it's brought 5, was it 4? 4 departures? 4 departures, and we had 2 of those being a performance takeoff. That's what the pilots will request here at Coningsby, a performance takeoff. They don't all necessarily go straight into a 50-60 degree vertical climb. It can be just a put in the max power, because at the end of the day a performance takeoff or a unrestricted climb or quick climb is literally all about the climb rate itself. Good morning to Matt Crossan as well, Margot, Alan Burden, oi oi to you, good morning, welcome to the show, hope you're all good and well. Right, so we've got another 3 to leave the deck. Tell you what, it's actually quite a sunny day. I hope you, wherever you're watching, the fog has finally gone. We had literally almost a week's worth of fog out on Dartmoor. Listen to those rooks. Okay, here we go. Got an oi oi from the XS933 crew. 0001 Mike. Lovely. Wibbs, how you doing? Hope you're good. Jane Chu. So 3 more for departure. Vehicle that you can see there, that's our AWCU, contracted by Phoenix. That's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. Don't panic about abbreviations and acronyms. I will, at best, do give them straight away of what they mean. So AWCU, formerly the BCU, but they're still called lovingly, romantically known as the Birdman. Alan Q, oi oi to you. Captain A, Marco, welcome to the show. Righty. Leah, oi oi. Oh, Bodesy, how you doing? So more of you hitting that like button. Thank you very much for that. I don't always give you the reminder, but we always do at the beginning and the end, just to get our little show out there to everyone. It does actually help. It really does. A good thumbs up, and of course give the subscribe button a low approach as well, in case you haven't done so. We're going to get a little bit of a video bomb in just a second by a Typhoon that's just been towed. Literally go right across our screens. So tranche 2 and 3 are the airframes here. There are no longer any tranche 1s anymore. Usually ZJ9s were the original, ZJs were the original tranche 1s. There is the exception of ZJ950, which managed to, it was literally on the cusp. There we go, here's our Typhoon. Now just been towed to the main ASP, that's Aircraft Servicing Platform. There's the Hedgehog crew, the tow team doing the wonderful job getting aircraft towed about where needed. And, there is a misconception that when they do this there's something wrong with the aircraft. Not necessarily. It could be going to literally have a wash, which I think that's where it's going, possibly, not 100% sure. There you go. It could be just needed on the other side of the station. But of course, there are times when it does need a little bit of a fix. The way they pushed in those covers makes me think they could be. I mean, you could see it from the road actually when they're getting washed. It's quite kind of cool to watch. Literally, sorry for the pun, but a jet wash. So nice to come back to blue skies. It really is good. And we're back. You can, oh, that's nice, isn't it? Oh, it feels like we haven't been here in a while, which is the case. We've just come back from holiday. But, hopefully bring you some good fun this week, where possible, of course. That's what the channel is all about. Military aviation on the fun side of things, the enthusiasm side of things, history, aviation, avionics, how it goes, how it rolls, all the Scotland's history and that. Thanks a lot there from a bit of Waddington going on there, which is, speaking of Waddington, we are there tomorrow to catch the Red Arrows doing their training. Welcome to the show. Thanks a lot there, Em. Mark Moody. Upside Down Saint, how you doing? Is that Matt from Down Under? Matty Queen. Is that Upside Down Saint? I wonder if that is. Matty Queen, if that's you. If not, oi oi to you, Upside Down Saint. Okay, here we go. Time to ride. Tell from here if they're doing a PTO. Lots of jelly. Obviously it's a lot quicker. compare that to our other two. Enjoy the noise. Show, ladies and teddy bears. We are tuned in from the official aircraft viewing car park, the spotters car park. Again, please go by our housekeeping rules again. So we are in the official car park. Please do not park outside the viewing areas, out here, literally out into the verge or anything like that. It is double yellows, and you could probably make out it's quite a narrow road. You can just about fit the two vehicles there. So please don't park here or even blocking the entrance and exits for the viewing area. Again, if you're bringing your ladders, by all means, I know lots of people go across the road. Please don't rest your ladders on the fence because it can damage it. Please don't, just keep a little bit of a distance. Again, and there is barbed wire on the top, but also another thing as well, please don't position yourself here at crash gates, because there are various crash gates, and they're not just literally for an aircraft emergency as well. For other cases of emergency, there could be a spillage in the station where they need to get access. Emergency crew will literally smash there, and you don't want to be that person who has actually parked their car there or even positioned yourself and camped out there for the day, for example. You will be asked to move on anyway, but let's not get to that stage. So please keep the crash gates clear. They are literally emergency, almost like your fire exit and emergency entrance and exits. And also got our lights here. Many spotters go further down, which is fine, but what isn't fine is standing at the red and white fence. It's an absolute no. Please don't stand there at all in any shape or form, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you can't park along there. It is for your own safety as well, and it can also potentially cause a hazard to yourself and health. It's really not good. You will be asked to move on, and I have known repeated offenders to have more serious consequences as well. Now you can see the land here. This is completely and strictly out of bounds. You must please be mindful of farmers' lands and fields, etc. So not everything is accessible to the public. If the car park is full, there is a car park in the town where you can literally it's £2 all day. That's a bargain. And you've got all the local shops there and facilities. There is a burger van here as well, Steve's Burger Van, where you can treat yourself to breakfast, brunch and lunch, and of course refreshments, usually between sort of 8:30 to about 1ish. I say that, there's no, of course, set time. There are bins provided, but there are no facilities. There is in the town, there are toilets in the town. Other things to do if you are here making a whole week and weekend out of it, don't forget all the wonderful museums, and there's one here as well, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Get yourself a hangar tour. I can't remember the last price. I remember, what was it, $11.50, something like that for an adult. You can actually get a hangar tour and have a look at get a tour in the BBMF hangar there. But there is a museum attached to it with a gift shop. I believe that is, last time I checked, was free to go into the museum. There is a small cafe as well. You've also got East Kirkby, Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, and you can go and see the wonderful preserved and the wonderful project of the Hampton brothers trying to get the third airworthy Lancaster to the skies, known as Just Jane NX611. So I believe it's, what's it got left? What, 3 years to go? Something like that. Very close now. Very close. Only just literally 3 or 4 years, something like that, if I remember from last time. You've also got Newark Air Museum. You've got Metheringham Airfield Heritage Centre. You've got Cranwell Aviation Museum or Heritage Centre as well, which again, I always say this, still haven't gotten yet, so my bad. There. Any others that I've missed out, do apologise. There's also the wonderful Spa Town Woodhall Spa. It's a lovely memorial to 617 Squadron. Of course, you can check out the very historic Petwood Hotel, where we have our end of year party there, of course. So welcome to the show, welcome to TED HQ. I'll give you all the wonderful details about the Typhoon. So again, for those who don't know about the Typhoon, I've got one here to give you all the full rundown. I'll give you some diagrams and charts for you to see. Here's our model Typhoon. Of course, I've got my display one as well, which I'll show you. I've got our 29 Squadron display to show you all the manoeuvres that we may expect to see today. There's our, look at that, doing an aileron roll there, look at that, lovely. So I use that one to show you all the manoeuvres and 9G turns and half Cubans and the Cuban 8, etc. And how the four planes help the angle of attack, the flapperons, etc. But I'll give you all that. For those who don't know, welcome to the show, and welcome to the Typhoon, which of course is called different things. You may hear Eurofighter or EF 2000 Eurofighter. You even got the C16, and you also got the CE16. You got also, it's called an F2008 Typhoon, and Typhoon as well, which I will tell you in just a moment what all this means. So Typhoon is a DA1 and started its first flight in 1994. It was called the Eurofighter. Didn't get the name Typhoon officially until 1998 at Farnborough Air Show in September of 1998. Now, many countries call it different things, like I said. So there are 4 different countries that actually make the aircraft, but there's I think probably got Kuwait. We've got 3 out in the Middle East. What we got Kuwait, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. So 4 actually, 4. I actually don't know what they call that out there, and I do apologise, but I believe it's probably called the Eurofighter Typhoon. Germany call it the EF 2000 Eurofighter, or Eurofighter. They don't call it a Typhoon. In Spain, they call it the C16 Typhoon, or the 2-seater is a CE16. I think E for trainer. So that's called a CE16 Typhoon. In Italy, it's called the Typhoon. It's the F2000A. I know, right? F2000A Typhoon. I'm just trying to think anyone else. Just trying to think off the top of my head. There are differences, of course. Each country has their own needs and specs and requirements for the aircraft, but ultimately it's all to do with the battlefield and the defence and what the aircraft can physically do. For those that don't know, yes, the Typhoon's having a bit of an upgrade inside here, which is the AESA, the Active Electronically Scanned Array. Now on the Typhoon, now what this means, it's actually the battlefield radar, and it's actually about 200 degree span, not a 180, actually a little bit further back. I might have a diagram to show you. That's basically its battlefield. That is what it's going to lock onto. But wait,
you know, it's not like the movies where they engage close by, you know, like Top Gun. I get it, although it is exciting on a movie, I get it. It's just the Typhoon's AESA, the scanned array, can actually lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. Wow. And that's fighter aircraft. It can also lock onto larger aircraft, like such as like big bombers or cargo, 300 kilometers away. That, my friends, is absolutely insanely brilliant to be able to do that. So it did start off with the Captor M, the Mark 0 we'll call it. It has a Mark 1, and now they've moved up to, I think Leonardo are producing what's called a Mark 2, the Captor E. But it started off life with the Marconi's radar, and now it's moving on to Leonardo's creations, which is absolutely amazing. So that's our battlefield there. You'll notice different colors. They are fiberglass to protect the way it performs. You want to get optimal performance. You want to start painting this and affecting your battlefield awareness. All right, so we're going to work our way from nose down to where the thrust is. And so we got the AESA, which again I can't tell you which one. There's no external physical indicators to let us know what is a Mark II, but they are getting a Mark II in there as well. Now this little camera over here, which is the IRST, it's a bit different to FLIR. That's forward looking infrared. It's a little bit different. This is called an IRST. Slightly different, although it's similar, but I may have to show you the differences in the future. But this is the Pirate IRST. That's infrared search and track. Okay, now this is only, it's omitted, so they don't have this on the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, and also the Austrian. They've opted out of having this here. So if you look at the port side on German and Austrian Typhoons, this won't be there. It'll be completely smooth. All right, so the IRST, what does that do? There are a variety of filters that allows the Typhoon to search and track at night in the cover of darkness. It can basically search and track in HD, in black and white, and it's HD as well. It's also got thermal tracking, locking, and all that kind of stuff. You can even land in complete darkness using it. And the beauty is that it produces and gives the pilot all the info inside the visor of the mounted display, which is the striker helmet, I believe it's called, which is like your Gucci type of helmet. Basically, you can lock onto targets just by looking at your target with your helmet. It's amazing. So you can lock onto targets, you can look through the Typhoon, you can actually see right through 360 pretty much, almost, but you can lock onto targets through your Typhoon, shall we say. So you can actually do that, and that's all thanks to the Pirate system, which again is absolutely incredible how it does that. I think it's got like thermal tracking as well, etc. You've also got the Praetorian DAS system. Now I shouldn't really say it like that, because the DAS system, as we know, is the distributed aperture system on an F-35. It's spelt DASS, which is the defensive aid subsystem. Now it's quite hard to see. There's a tiny little, they're dotted about everywhere. There's one there, little tiny little blister there. You've also got just here the missile approach. Basically it's a survivability missile approach warning. You can see that probe there, and the ultra high frequency antenna on here. This forms part of the defensive aid subsystem for the Typhoon to give it survivability, so it can warn the pilot of nasties in the vicinity. So this is constantly tracking and searching and locking onto targets. As we move on, the Typhoon, I'll show you a little bit at the back, doesn't have elevators to control the angle of attack. So what we have what's called 4 planes. They work simultaneously. They're made out of titanium. I'm going to show you all the materials used on the airframe on the Typhoon as well. These help with, it can also be used as a speed brake. It can control the angle of attack, and you do see them maneuver for those eagle-eyed as well. Now, the other thing to mention is Leonardo's quadruplex FCC, or the FCS. That's the Typhoon's 4-channel computer control system, because the Typhoon is aerodynamically unstable. Now, why on earth would you want to do that? A very good question. It's controlled by fly-by-wire.
So from the likes of the very first fly-by-wire system put on the F-16, we have it here in the Typhoon as well. And what this means, it's a 4-channel, or what's called a quadruplex, split into 4 lanes. To give you an idea, there's about 70 computers doing wonderful things, but split into 4 channels. Someone asked me what would happen if the flight control system was to fail. Well, you'd have to have a pretty bad day to have all 70 go wrong. Bit like the Tornado when I spoke to you about it, it does have a get me home safe mechanism that kicks in. You can have a whole lane, so 18 or 17 computers functioning different things can actually be knocked out, so 25% of your computers can be knocked out, so basically a whole lane, and it can still get you home. Now you'll notice, if you're fortunate enough, sometimes you'll see, if it's covered up, you'll have 4 little metal triangles under here. They move, they're the ADPs, the PTOs. There are 4 for good reason, because it sends the data to each channel, the 4 lanes, okay? That's what we call them. We call them lanes. So that's that bit there. Leonardo, brilliant. Now, as we work our way further down, we've also got this here, which I'll talk to you about in just a second. The intakes, or the inlets, as it's also known as, the inlets have a cowling to control the air. Now, when you're going supersonic, you don't want supersonic speeds hitting your fan. You can't have that. It's not good for your engine. So you can control it by the cowlings, and you've also got this splitter, this boundary layer diverter, and I'll explain in a moment. So these move up and down. A little bit of a stealth attribute, apart from having 85% non-metal, is the S-duct intake. Basically what that means is that if you look into the Typhoon, look into the Typhoon's inlets, not around the Typhoon but inside, you cannot see the fan. You can't see the stage, the front, the fan that's basically the start of the engine, of the compressor, the low pressure compressor. You can't see that. Why is that good? Well, basically it's not the best to have your inlets underneath. You're supposed to have them on the side if you're a fighter jet, really, because you can get basically enemy radio waves going in there, bouncing back and giving back that heat. So basically ground stations and enemy radars are looking for anything metal and heat. Well, you're not going to find a lot of metal here, but you may find the heat inside here. But the thing is, it's shaped like a letter S, and that's why it's a very good stealth attribute, because you can't see it. Okay, hope that makes sense. So your inlets are up here, sorry, your inlets are down here, but your engine is over here, so you can't actually see that. And it's a very long tube as well. In fact, it's just the last fifth of the Typhoon's airframe, or the fuselage, shall we say. That's where the engine is. So it's got a long way to travel. So by the time it gets down there, it's going to get lost and it won't return to sender, which the Typhoon actually has a surprisingly very low radar cross section, about half a meter, maybe just over half a meter squared, which is absolutely incredible, really. So that's not really going to pop up on enemy radar. Anyway, moving on. So the boundary layer, when an aircraft is traveling through, or any high-speed object going through the air, it starts to get stuck air. What on earth does that mean, Nikos? What that means, you start to get air that sticks around the aircraft. This, in aviation, is called the boundary layer, and it sticks. So what happens if we didn't have this diverter, which actually gets rid of the boundary layer? If you didn't have it, you're going to get draggy air working its way towards the engine, and then you're also going to have your higher pressure air. Just naturally, that's what the engine and the fan wants. It wants a nice flow of air. If you're going to ruin it with the boundary layer, that sticky, draggy air, it's going to actually have 2 different pressures of air. So if you imagine my little spinny thing here, I should always remember to bring it. If you've got 2 types of air hitting, it's going to cause fatigue and damage your engine. So that's what this does, the splitter diverter. In real life, it's actually got grilled groove grills here. It's got holes in it to, I think, just to get rid of any oh, this is nice, by the way. It's that time of year. Oh, got a bit of wildlife for us here. Where is it? Where are they? I just saw 2 hares. Lovely. Anyway, so yeah, back to the food. Okay, so I hope that made sense as well. Right, what else have we got? We've got an air brake here, which lifts up, causing drag. Right, another thing here, a lot of people ask me, what is this here? What is this inlet here? That is called a RAM heat exchanger. It basically cools down the engine when you're using lots of reheat. So on Typhoon displays, or lots of excess reheat, this is going to scoop up the heat exchanger and cool down the engine. Okay, you've also got the bright cloud towed decoy. Again, this is very clever by Leonardo. It can actually break locks as well. If you've been locked onto, it can actually do some jamming. Yes, buddy. Oi, oi. Can also do some jamming, but it's on a towed cable. I think it's fiber optic, and worst case scenario can actually give out a signature of a Typhoon, making it appear over here. Now that's one of the defensive systems that it has. If you're unfortunate enough to have a infrared after you, okay, which doesn't always pop up, you can use your flares, which are here, these little holes here. If it's a guided missile, which you would have been warned at by many of your defensive aids, subsystem Praetorian, you've also got a chaff dispenser here and here, okay, bits of metal to fool the guided missile, but you can also try to jam the lock or break the lock as well. Some Typhoons, especially mine, has a blue tack. This is the blue tack version. There are 13 underwing, under fuselage hard points on the Typhoon, okay, so you've got basically you can have 2 just under here on the fuselage, and then that leaves you with another basically another 4 over here. All right, so 6, 6 and 1. So if we dedicate our 13th one to the center drop tank, you can have another 2 drop tanks, one either side. Okay, so that leaves you 5 over here. So if we're going to dedicate 2 for the under fuselage, that leaves you with 3 more goodies that you can have on the wings. All right, so same on this side. So you can have up to 3 drop tanks, like I said, leaving you 2 and 3 for other goodies and stuff like that. Hope that all made sense. Typhoon is powered by the wonderful EJ200 engine. Let's have a little more closer look inside the Typhoon. This is good for me because first day back from holiday, man, I'm telling you, I'm a little bit rusty. I hope I'm making sense. In fact, I might even be making better sense. You know, sometimes when you go away from something, sometimes you get yourself into like a habit, which sometimes you kind of forget a few of the other things. You get so wrapped up into a habit. Here's our Typhoon and what it's made out of, okay? So you've got your left wing made in Italy. The green I've designated as Italy. You can see not the whole wing. You've got sections over here, which is part of the let's have a look. Yeah, it must be part of the let's have a look, let me just check here. Yeah, it must be part of the aperture, sorry, the defensive aids suite system. All right, ignore that bit there for now. So you've got your flaperons over here. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this. So you've got left wing Italy. They make some of the hard points. Right wing is made in Airbus Spain. So you've got Leonardo, you've got Airbus Spain. The yellow is for Germany Airbus, okay, and you've also got the front section made in Britain. Of course you've got BAE Systems making up a lot of the components there, and you've got the 4 planes made in Britain as well. There's about a mixture of Britain and Italy at the back, and Britain making the tail there, the stabilizer. You've got 30 meters of cable. 30 kilometers, 30 kilometers of cable in total. Some fun facts: 6 bolts hold position and lock onto the fuselage on each wing, so 6 and 6 to connect the wings together. It's got about 150,000 horsepower equivalent, if you want to do horsepower, but it's a total of 40,000 pounds of thrust, which basically is about 1,000 Ferraris. It drinks around 360 litres of fuel per minute with afterburner. Only 15% of the surface is metal. The engine is remarkable. It's got 1,200 flying hours without maintenance. You can just let it do its thing. It is what's called an on condition. We spoke about the flight control channels, the quadruplex 4-lane system. It is Super Cruise. It's got 8 internal fuel tanks, okay, so that's 11,000 pounds of fuel. The Typhoon's engine weighs nearly 1,000 kilos. That's about a ton. 1.2 thrust to weight ratio with 13 hard points. That's the Typhoon and what it's made out of. All right, so you can see the titanium in red. You got your fiberglass or reinforced plastics, basically, especially on the defensive aid subsystem. Red is the titanium alloys, and you've got aluminium alloy for your flaperons, which I'll show you how they work. But you've also got titanium for the leading edge. It's really important with titanium, the amount of G-forces exposed to that. You don't really want a something quite weak. There's our EJ200 engine, so it's a 3-stage fan, so that all basically the air gets sucked in through the inlets, and it's compressed, so it's quite large, these fans. I'm going to bring you the compressor system. I'll show you because it's at home, because I've been on holiday, didn't really want to carry that around with me. It's a 3-stage low pressure. It compresses the air to 4.2 to 1, so it goes in at 1 bar. We're all experiencing 1 bar of pressure. Let's say, for example, it's now been magnified and compressed to 4.2 times than what it was. But when it gets to the high pressure, you'll notice with engines it gets smaller and smaller. It compresses it, squeezes the air, and that compression ratio is now 26 times to what it was. That compressed air gets into the combustion chamber, spraying the compressed air with fuel. Bang, there's your explosion, your kinetic energy, and it moves these 2 turbines. It's a twin spool, so you've got a high pressure turbine powering actually 5 stages of 5 pressure compressor, and then this other disc here. It doesn't go all the way around because I've kind of cut it in half so you can see inside. The low pressure turbine powers the 3-stage fan. Now it's quite interesting because they're not all blisks. So these are blisks. What does that mean? What on earth does that mean? It's a shame I haven't actually got you the compressor stage that I've got from a Tornado. Basically it means in traditional methods, these blades are actually separate. I do have blades separately. They actually onto the disc that spins round. A blisk is 1 titanium unit. Why is it better? Well, it's lighter weight, and it's less parts to go wrong because it's 1 complete unit. You've also got the 5-stage high pressure compressor. The first 3 stages are actually blisks, and then the last 2 are traditional. They're like little teeth, little blades that are actually connected on. There is meant to be play on them. This took about 2 hours to make. For those wondering about afterburner and reheat, you've got to remember that it is in a separate chamber. You no longer have economical compressed air here, which is why we use compressed air in engines. Compressed air gives you a lot more air in a smaller space, but loads of it, but compressed. Think of scuba diving tanks, lots of oxygen in your tanks, or think of those 1.5 litre orange juice cartons that claim to have 4 million oranges squeezed in there. What you're doing here, you're literally spraying fuel, good old fuel, in non-compressed air, just in the hot gases, which, 2 things. 1, it does give you way more. If you look at that, 13,500 pound of thrust dry, with reheat blasts it all the way to 20,200. So that's a lot. It gets very hot, needs to be insulated here, but also it uses 3 times more fuel. There you go. So I hope you got to see that. How does the Typhoon system work? We said about fly-by-wire. If you're flying in a straight line without fly-by-wire, pilot doesn't really need to do a lot. It's flying in a straight line. When the pilot is going to start doing all these basic fighter maneuvers and controlling the aircraft, it's a little bit different. When you haven't got fly-by-wire, you're going to need to do some sort of inputs. If you have fly-by-wire, such as our Typhoon, flying in a straight line is actually a lot of hard work. The computers are doing everything to keep it stable. It's maneuvering everything. However, how do you make the Typhoon do an aileron roll from left or right, or how do you control the angle of attack? Well, as we've got it here, we don't have elevators to control our pitch, our angle of attack. So we have 4 planes. 4 planes, if they move up, it moves the nose up, okay? So that gives you your greater angle of attack, okay? If you push these 4 planes down, you're gonna bunt the aircraft, you're gonna tilt it, okay? Not very comfortable if you're gonna just bunt the aircraft and go straight down, which is why there was this video circling around on social media, someone flying around and saw an F-35 do that and go down. That is the correct way that you basically decrease your altitude very quickly. All right, you don't just bunt the aircraft down and go down. That is going to cause negative G. That blood is going to rush all the way to your head. What you do, invert and go down. That way you're keeping a constant positive G. negative G is nasty. We're all experiencing, unless we're flying, of course, and doing aerobatics, we're all experiencing 1G right now. What does G mean anyway? G is the force of gravity 1. We're all experiencing right now, everyone in this car part 1G. 0G, of course, is weightlessness. You may have heard that. So basically, when you hear 9G, so you're going like 600 miles per hour and you tightly turn that. 9G, first of all, you cannot touch the controls. And the figures with 9G, meaning you weigh about weight of a Formula 1 racing car. It means, not very flattering, but you weigh 9 times more than what you did. It's 9 times the force of gravity, all right? The figures with the Typhoon, you always hear, yeah, 9G turn. The Typhoon could just hold 9G all day long, all right? So that's that. Now, oh yeah, a negative G is nasty. You can hear -1, -2 negative G, -3 negative G. It's nasty. The blood is now going, basically, we're all experiencing the weight being pulled to our feet. Well, this time it's all going to your head. You can get greyouts, blackouts. You can start to see grey. You'll start to have a lot of red, all the blood rushing to your head. In-flight cockpit, you can tell when a pilot is experiencing negative G because the pilot's tassels and cable tassels on their any tassels, they start pointing upwards on their suit. Okay, so there you go. Right, if you want to do an aileron roll, this is an aileron roll. If you want to roll to the left, if you want to do an aileron roll to the left, what happens is that the flaperons, the flaperon will go up on the left and down on the right, and this is what will happen. You'll roll back, you'll roll to the left. If you want to roll to the right, right flaperon up, left flaperon down, and you roll to the right. If you want to yaw the aircraft, so making it do this is what's called a yaw, you use your rudder, which I believe is your feet. So if you want to yaw the aircraft like that to the left, the rudder will point to the left and make the aircraft go that way. If you want to yaw to the right, the rudder will turn this way. So you can do almost a bit of rudder, a bit of flapper on to make it do, let's say, a barrel roll. I would have thought. I don't know. I'm not a pilot. I'm just guessing. That's probably what it will do. Bit of rudder, is it? Do you think a rudder would do that? I think so. A bit of rudder and a bit of flapper on edge. There you go. Right. There we go. A bit of fun there for you. Maybe I'll speak to a pilot and ask him how to do a barrel roll. So barrel roll is literally an invisible barrel and just going around an invisible barrel. So you're gonna do it's not quite an aileron roll. Aileron roll is literally you're going in a straight line and you just literally spinning the aircraft there. Right, let's have a look. What else we got? Just gonna look, see what else we got there. Hope you enjoyed that. If you've got any questions, do let me know. I may have missed something out there. Thanks a lot for your kind words. It's my first day back, so I haven't been doing anything aircraft related, believe it or not. While I was away, I did have a look at. I was having a look at an aircraft that I will be working on to education. Completely different. It doesn't fly anymore, and there were only 3 ever made. You may be able to guess it. Something that, for those that know me very well, know exactly an aircraft that. It's really ironic that it didn't fly, because if it did, it could have changed the course of history, but there we go. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Oh gosh. Oh, it is even a performance takeoff. Look at this.
finish, because that was literally on cue, man. Oh man, that was quite funny. As you probably can guess, I don't use a radio. I only use the radio when I'm on my break. When I'm inside the van, I just want something to eat. But yeah, I like the surprise. Well, that was sent. We'll call that 2.5 PTOs for the channel, but 3 in total. Everyone out. I don't think anyone was that was pretty cool. So 2 more to leave the floor. There you go. But that was literally right on cue. That I like the way the pilot just literally waited for me to talk about the Typhoon, probably waiting for quite a while. Brighty, how you doing? Hope you're good and well. So 2 more Typhoons just taxiing out for departure, as far as I know. Right, any extra. Got some very vocal rooks today, I think. Listen to them. Is it? Yeah, it's because they know I was doing some falconry yesterday. Goodness. Oh no, it wasn't yesterday, was it? It was Sunday. Very vocal. Never heard him be that vocal here before. Obviously complaining about something. Just joined us, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We got 2 more Typhoons for departure. Runway 25 in use, which means they're coming towards us. There are, interestingly, 3 types of runways here. All right, so the main runway here at Coningsby, runway 25 and 07, that's one runway strip. There is a second strictly for BBMF aircraft and light aircraft during rough weather, or shall we say really strong crosswinds. And also there is a grass runway as well. I believe that's strictly for the Chipmunk for training, which you can see on our screens with the day glow. There they are, those 2 day glow marking the grass runway, which I've seen used before. It does need a lot of care as well, because obviously molehills will cause a bit of a bumpy ride, so that needs to be managed as well. So the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit will be assessing things like that.
Good day for flying, definitely today. Okay, here we go. This looks good. This looks good. Go on, send it. Oh, look at this. PTO Tuesday. What a great way to get my back, you know, really moulded into. What's that? 5 PTOs today. Goodness me, I don't think we've had a day like this for a long time. Goodness me. Oi, oi. Well, there you go. Some wonderful takeoffs there. Hope you're enjoying these. Goodness me, that is amazing. Well, welcome to the show. I hope you're all good. Welcome back. A great way to start our week off. Hopefully I can get you 4 shows this week. It's been quite a nice day, first day back, isn't it? It's squad leader Ted Coningsby on the controls there. Well, I'm looking forward to what the rest of the week brings as well. You're all enjoying this. It's certainly been a good one today already. So, Jimmy G 61, high five, and thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club. Hello, thank you very much. Babsart, high five, and a paw pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. This is our Royal Air Force men. Very proud, you know, as ready as they were to scramble, as they are today, following the footsteps. I think each Royal Air Force personnel should be very proud, you know, from the very day of April 1918 when the Royal Air Force was formed. It's got a bit of a what's the word? A bit of a bumpy history, this ensign. I know it seems to be falling down to half mast at this stage. I do apologise. Let's pop that up. Might need to use some of our blue tack there, Ted. There's a bit of a bumpy ride. It was really objected by the Royal Navy, by the way, who were really not liking it, and it was finally approved by the King. I'll have to give you the story, but there was I mean, it had a couple of designs, and they decided to have a roundel which seemed fitting and a tribute to the First World War, but because the King, because that did be run through the Admiralty, I can never get that, I can never say that word, I'm really sorry. Admiral, yeah, that one. Oh. Yeah, it was really detested. They were trying to come up with the flag. Now, somewhere I've got a post of what the one before this. This is the one they really didn't want. It was a white flag with the blue. It was like a blue St. George's cross with an eagle, a golden eagle on the top right, I think it was. It'd been a while, and I'm pretty sure they really didn't like that. They really objected to it, and it was approved finally by the King, but they couldn't really do anything about it. They said, well, you've approved it, so so be it. It's got a bit of a history, that one. I found it in one of Wingy's books, Traditions of the Royal Air Force, which was quite interesting. Alex Raven with 17 months membership. Oh yeah, 17 months with you, amazing community. Made so many friends and had 2 great fence experiences. Thank you all so much. Oi, Ted and Mods. Leah with 8 months membership. Oi to you. Welcome back, Nicholas, Ted and Claire. Jane Chu, thank you very much for being a member for 31 months. Guards March. Gary, 9 months membership, part of our fighter squadron. Good to see you back. Hope you had a fantastic Holly Bob. I enjoyed the short streams and looking forward to some food action. Yes, for those that are members, I did a couple of members only streams while I was away on holiday. Hope you enjoyed them. Charlie Bravo, 34 months membership. Thank you very much. Philip Knoll with 32 months membership. Oi everyone. Gary Mathers, part of our fighter squadron as well, with 29 months service. Oi and good morning everyone in the TCS. I hope you had a brilliant and well-deserved break, Nicholas. Thank you very much. Brian Acosta, thank you very much for the super. A Guards March to you. Captain A, congratulations for getting 36 months with us. Who's also part of our Spanner flight and has now been a member for 3 years. Congratulations on that. Thank you all for making this channel what it is. Margot, also part of our Spanner flight. Thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much for the super. Ed Butcher with 37 months membership, Guards March. Hope you had a good holiday, Nicholas and Ted. Holly Swain, high five. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Bobby, thank you very much for the super. Rosa H92, member for 3 months. Oi oi. Righty, congratulations as well. Another one celebrating 3 years as a member. Also part of our posh officers there. Where has 3 years gone? What a community. Thanks, Ted. Oh yeah to you. Mark Moody, part of our fighter squadron, 17 months membership. Still love it and always will. Thank you very much. Been a member for 17 months. Also 555, Triple Nick, 36 months as well. 3 years as well. Look at this. You must have all joined around the same time. 3 years, wow, what a journey growing with this wonderful channel and incredible TCS, the best military aviation channel on YouTube. Thank you very much. Also, one just in, also got DG Plane Brush. Is that you, Dieter? Dieter, it could be. Some of these names I know who you are, but not by this. Not by the YouTube handles sometimes. Excited for upcoming TED shows. Thank you very much, Dieter, if that's you. It does look like you, unless you've got a fan that loves your work and wanted an avatar of you. But there we go, that's another story. There we go, let's have a little look over there. How do I know so much? Literally 6 years ago, couldn't even tell you anything about this at all. Didn't know what runway numbers were. Didn't know how the Red Arrows trained. I thought they just got in an aircraft and started flying around, which is obviously not true. Just literally found a passion and I loved it. It must have been something that I did have in my childhood. Been brought up around the Western Air Festival, I guess, but that didn't last too long, no, because when you're young, you've got no choice in the matter when your parents start moving around the country, and went to a place that wasn't really any flying at all, not in a military sense. But here we are. After all those years, after all those decades, it came back after what, 3 decades? I would have thought. So 10, yeah, goodness me, over 3 decades. I found something, took a subject knew nothing about, and here we are. It's a lot of reading, a lot of books, a lot of, you know, but I love it, and that's the difference, and that's the thing. As long as you've got a passion for it, it will stay with you and stick with you, especially if you enjoy it. I do enjoy it, I hope you too as well. I did actually have a baseball hat today, but I just realised it's not on my head due to the performance takeoffs. So I've had a Nikos cap down. And here comes a nice 2-ship on initial. Done. First arrivals, I guess, of the day for us anyway, unless I missed any while setting up, but I don't think so. Compared to the F-15, the landing gear is quite wide, not as narrow if you put the F-15E. It's amazing. I always find it a bit of a marvel. This is a go-around. Training, that's what makes an Air Force the best. It's the pilot as well. It's not all about the usual, you know, you're still doing all that training that you would have done from a junior level. You're still doing your touch and goes, you're still doing your low approaches, you're still doing the go-arounds. Even at this level, you need to be way better than better. You need to be the best. You are a military pilot. That means you do things at 110%. All ages, very interested in a Royal Air Force career, not just as a pilot as well. There's of course an aircraft, an aeroplane, a helicopter doesn't fly on its own.
even with the pilot, it still needs its crew, it still needs the ground crew, it needs technicians. Things need fixing, things get, you know, things get broken, things get bent, so they need mending. Alright, there we go, there's the 4 planes all go into the downward position, causing a bit of drag to slow down the aircraft even more. In just a few seconds. Really come to a nice result, isn't it? There we go. It's creating lots of drag. That's going to create a lot of drag, that is, isn't it? That'll just assist relieve the braking system. How you doing? Sorry, just waving into the petrol crew there. Here, but ultimately this is a QRA station. There are 2 in Britain. This is QRA station number 2 South Coningsby. A quick reaction alert, which means there are pilots and crew ready to scramble. The crew, meaning the ground crew, making sure that the Typhoon is ready to go just like that. 24/7, 365, regardless of what day it is. Even Christmas, birthdays, national holidays, they are ready to go. Same in QRA station number 1 North, which is RAF Lossiemouth. There is another one, and that's all the way out in the Falkland Islands, which RAF Mount Pleasant, for named Typhoons: Charity, Hope, Faith and Desperation. That stems from in Malta, that flight, I think with the Gloucester Gladiators, but that is a bit of a long shot for me to try to remember, as it's been a while. I believe they had 3 Gloucester Gladiators named. Desperation, I think, was one of the newer ones. I think in the end they did have a 4th, but that is, wow, I need to do a bit more brush up, touch up research again on that. I came across that. Interestingly, I was coming across with Roald Dahl, who and squadron leader Marmaduke Pat Pattle, the Royal Air Force's highest scoring pilot of the Second World War. Sadly, was lost in the Aegean Sea somewhere, shot down. Aerial victories claiming such as much as 50 odd, maybe more. But that's how I came across that. But yes, ultimately you got schooling, so 29 Squadron. You've got 2 combat ready squadrons as well, another 3 fighter, number 11 fighter.
again, I can give you all just a brief history on each one. I've also got a test and evaluation squadron, number 41 squadron. For those who don't know, there is a test and evaluation squadron of the F-35B, and that's number 17 squadron. Where are they? Well, they're based at Edwards Air Force Base in America. And you've also got a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force squadron here with number 12 squadron. Yeah, so that flight, sorry, I didn't finish that. So that flight is called 1435 flight in the Falklands. Yeah, it's faith, charity, hope, and I'm pretty sure, it is desperation, right? Oh, Perry, thank you, Perry, to confirm. Desperation was added when Phantoms took the flight to the Falklands. Thank you very much. Thanks, Perry, for confirming it. I wasn't too crazy. Nice. Wouldn't that be amazing, getting out? I've always wanted to go to the Falklands, definitely. That'd be a very, very awesome encounter. I mean, the flight restrictions are a little bit different. There isn't any. They're free to roam in some ways, so they can do a little bit more than what you usually get. if you know where I'm getting at with that. Basically, pilots got a little bit more freedom there, shall we say. They're not really going to encounter too much traffic. Got one incoming now. Of a touch and go. Touch and go is really important part of training. You get a lot more takeoff and landing experience on the Typhoon, and also in an event of a quick emergency, you need to do a touch and go. Thanks, Barry, for the info of the letters FHCD. That's pretty cool. Thanks, man. Good to be back. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We are almost at 126k, very close. So exciting times for the channel, just always, what do you reckon, 150k for the year? That could be good. It's looking good. LEJ approach, Gerd, how you doing? Aboard Ace, oi to you. Got XS933 Mike. Righty, how's it going? Alan Burden, Alan Q. So just waiting for our arrivals. Had 5 performance takeoffs today, which is very good. Very good. I mean, just seeing one is always exciting, but to get 5, so be it 4.5. I nearly missed one, but there we go. XS933 Mike, nice one. Yeah, it's not yeah, sometimes some of the names I may know you, but I may not know your user handle. Foxy Killer, how you doing as well? Making up for the bad weather, yeah, probably. So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. We'll give you the history a little bit later on, with aircraft looking like they're starting to drib and drab arrival. Best to just, you know what it's like with history here. I'll take it easy on the first day. But for those who don't know, Coningsby was built in November the 4th to be exact, 1940. But didn't receive its first residents until 1941 in February, so just a few months. And it was indeed the... That doesn't sound very good, does it? Oh dear. Crunch, crunch. Oh, that sounds painful. I think what it is, it's a... I don't know if you can hear that, but I always react to painful sounds that cars make. It sounds like some sort of Coca-Cola can stuck into the wheel arch against the wheel. You can get that with if you've been in a car park with gravel and stuff. You can sometimes get a stone stuck when you're locking the steering to left or right. You can hear it crunch. Oh dear. Anyway, okay, nice, I think that's a nice free ship coming in. had another land as well, but we'll leave that. Susan Bloy, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a great break. Really enjoyed that. It was really nice. Really loved it. And it's just getting into the routine. You know, when I was just driving up here, and I thought, have I remembered my tripod? Because I literally, I like to have it all organised what I need in the morning, the night before. So I just pick it up in the morning and go. But there is that risk that if you forget something the night before, then it's all gone. It's the, you know, it's. It'll be like Skylark, isn't it? Skyfall, that's it. Is this the end? Making the rounds on social media, that one. But yeah, that's it's one of those. And I was trying. I remembered the tripod, and I start to have in my head, can I do without the tripod if I forget? I start to think of scenarios of what ifs. Can I do it like that? And then you think, what am I doing? Just get on with it, man. There you go. Yeah, it was a great break. Thanks a lot for asking. It was really good, really nice. Captain A, thank you very much as well. Yes, 1,000 likes, 1,000 watching, sorry. Could do with 1,000 likes, that would really boost it, wouldn't it? See the refueling probe, which is on the starboard side. You can see that already ejected there and deployed, and that's for the ground crew to check it, so that may indicate they would have done air-to-air refueling. So after each air-to-air refueling, these probes have got a lot of sensors on the actual dome of the probe itself. That's quite a nice one, dome of the probe. They can get damaged. You know, you've got to think it's an organised mid-air collision in some ways, and therefore it would need just inspecting so that it's okay for the next flight that would do it. The last thing you need is a pilot to have a failed probe or one that doesn't work. That would be an absolute disaster. So there you go. If one has, so a couple of things though to bear in mind. If one has come into land, this is what you've got to look out for, which we didn't see. What you'll get is when the pilot literally touched down and then sort of got, you know, all the wheels on the ground, then the refueling probe would have been ejected. If the refueling probe was already out and it was on final, then that would indicate that there's a problem with it and it's obviously got damaged and it's stuck. Okay, so there is a difference. So if one was coming into land, still airborne, and you could see the probe still out, which is not really what you want to do, it would create quite a bit of drag, then I'm not saying it's all the time, but that could indicate that it got damaged while air-to-air refueling. If it landed and then you see it been released, then perhaps that would indicate that it just needs a bit of a check. Mark Moody, thank you very much. Thank you, thanks a lot. Thanks, it's good to be back, I do love it. We did, Christopher Carr, we did get to meet Michael Barrymore as well. So Claire and I were just walking with Ted, of course, naturally, in Totnes, and I have to be honest, because obviously I've only ever seen him on Strike It Lucky, top, middle or bottom, and I loved that was great. The hotspot, remember that? And oh hey lads, how you doing? And but I recognised the voice, but I just obviously, you know, time goes on, right? We all mature like fine wine, and yeah. But then when I've seen him, I was like, ah, yeah. It's amazing how our voices don't really change in the, you know, as we get older, really. When you, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, all right at the back. Yeah, it was lovely, and he was quite intrigued with Ted, of course. For those that have seen it, there was a few of our fans that follow him actually, and saw us, myself, Ted, and Claire, on his show, on his like social media accounts, and there we go. David Patrick, how you doing? Hope you're good. Oi, oi. Christopher Carter, I believe he has subscribed. I believe he has. He has genuinely subscribed. So there we go. Dave Holloway, thank you. Overall good. We'll just check ADSB. It's one of those things where I know they're some are starting to get back. I may go and get myself my first cup of tea of the show. I do love my cup of tea, for those that know me. Yeah, I'll be right back.
How's it going?
Hey, you alright?
Yes, are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Good. Good. Blue skies for a change.
Yeah, a bit different to yesterday.
Yeah. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I'm going to do something I've not done here before. Now, normally I'll give you the full history, don't I, right? I'm going to do it in aircraft from what I've got, that is. I'm going to see if I've got every aircraft that I have physically to show you through ages. Let's see what we've got. What's that one there? We've got the Canberra 53, Coningsby's first. So we can have that there. Beautiful. We can do this. Yeah, I've got almost
I'm missing a few aircraft. It may be ones I need to collect in the future. Just gonna have a cup of tea. Coningsby through the ages. How's that? Actually, what I'll do, let me go and swap the battery over in case we get any unexpected situations. Yeah, I'm going to do Coningsby through the ages of the planes I've got. I'm missing a few. I am missing a Harrier, because there was Harriers based here. I'm also missing a Jaguar. And I'm also missing the Avro Lincoln, Avro Anson, and the Oxford as well. So there's a few for me to still collect. I think that's the only ones I'm missing, he says. Pretty sure. And I suppose you could, yeah, in theory, yeah, there's the Tornado F3. I've got a GR4, I think it is here. So not quite, almost. But you get the idea. So I'm going to show you through the ages of what we've got. Coningsby. We're going to do a little bit of history. We're going to do it a little bit different. All right, so let me just pop this over here for 2 ticks and I'll be with you. Check ADSB and we'll do it that way. Batteries do take priority. Got to keep those mags on full, right? Right, let's get back on the show. Amazing array of aircraft that Coningsby's airfield has seen. Coningsby opened up as a bomber command station under number 5 group, which, although first formed at RAF Mildenhall, swapped with number 3 group, and ended up being Lincolnshire's Bomber Command HQ, number 5 at St Vincent's Hall near Grantham, if you know where that is. Goodness me, that wind, where did that wind come from now? It's picked up a little bit. Coningsby also had a satellite station, opened in 1942, and that was indeed RAF Woodhall Spa, as Coningsby still had a grass runway, and it closed, reopened in 1943, so summer of 1942 to autumn 1943, the runways reopened with the hardened Class A configured runways. So Coningsby were operating their Lancasters at Woodhall Spa, especially during bad weather, until of course they had their runways upgraded, which all the details later on. We also had Wing Commander Guy Gibson here, the youngest to command a squadron of Bomber Command during the Second World War, just 23. It was 106 Squadron. And he really strong reputation about him, especially building himself up here at Coningsby. Many consecutive night sorties. He didn't like desk jobs. He didn't always get a wing commander flying. He got himself into it. 18 night sorties, 6 of those consecutive, which, you know, for us that have luckily never endured such a thing, imagine going on 6 in a row. But he got recognised by analysts, especially the Bomber Command, and which could have led up. You know, he had a good career here at Coningsby, which really gave him a name for himself to potentially be the runner for the commander of Squadron X, which of course was given the number designation as 617 Dam Buster Squadron for that very role. Low approach. Coningsby was a bomber station right until 1969. So it changed role when the Spey-engined Phantoms arrived with the flying can openers, number 6 Squadron. But thanks a lot to our friend Jay from Rolls-Royce pointing out that for me. That the Phantoms of the US Air Force were, of course, the J79s. The Royal Air Force, a very different fuselage due to the different engines, the Spey engine of Rolls-Royce. So, a specially modified one then, right? Nice little break there, just above. Oh, nice, nice, yeah! Into the break, lovely. Two in one shot there. Spitfires or Hurricanes here during the Second World War, and Coningsby made the leap into the jet era in 1953, which I'll go through the ages. I hope you're all enjoying the show today. We certainly have. It's been a good first day back as well, especially with 5 performance takeoffs, which I nearly missed one of them. I did manage to catch the main part of that. Oh well, first day back, that's my excuse, eh? Good day for BBMF aircraft as well to come out, but you never know. Again, everything is a nice surprise. Just check PDSB, see if we've got anything else on the way in. Still got 1 or 2 still out. With the history just a moment. Still got Warlord 1-2 just floating around. So with like the United States Air Forces, the way they have a structure with wings and obviously air forces, Coningsby is under number 1 group of air combat. Thanks for joining us today, wherever you're watching from. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll give you a little bit of a history in just a moment. Just keeping my eye on some of the Typhoons. There's one or two just still floating around. Warlord 1-2 and Rogue 1-2, not far away. Warlord, a call sign of 29 Squadron. Gunfighter, Triple X, Cobra. Each squadron have their own set of call signs. So Rogue is 41 Squadron. Also got Apollo, Paladin, other quirky ones. There's been some new ones. I think Viking may have been one that I heard pop up not too long ago. Dave Smith, thank you very much as well for your super. Thank you to all of you. And of course, number 17, just got a big shout out to number 17 ATC. That's the Air Cadets here at Coningsby, number 17. Now, for those that haven't done so already, don't forget we still got our tickets available for our end of year party, TIAT 4.0, held at the Petwood. Tickets are still available. Our end of year party, last Sunday of November, coming up. I know, I bet that'll pop up really quick as well. Keeping it real TCS, for sure, man. Thank you very much. Right, here we go. Typhoon just not far away now. Just coming into land. Whirly dirlies.
screen like that, really nice. You get the sort of like the HD sound just going around. In the background there. There's a few things that I'll still get to find. There's always that wonderful opportunity to learn constantly, always learning, and especially the amazing history that you can find. It's literally almost infinite. There's another Typhoon that's just coming to land as well. I think that could be it for now. There was a time when we had Typhoon and Tornado aircraft here at Coningsby as well. Feels like a Monday for me today because of course I didn't get back till yesterday. It was a good holiday, really nice, always good. It's good for you, it really is. And I actually switched off for a change. I know there was 2 members only live streams. Hope you enjoyed it. World War II related, of course. I thought it was mega interesting, really good. Me of the late squadron leader Jack Curry, 12 Squadron. If you never heard of the legend that is Jack Curry, then do research with his stories at Wickenby with number 12 Squadron. Absolutely sensational. Leads the field squadron, the number 12 having the Fox, being the only squadron to operate the Fairy Fox. That was of course prior to the Second World War. I think we are safe. For a bit of education, I'll pop on the stream as well. Let me just reset this because sometimes my ADSB gets a bit stuck. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're safe to
Yeah, I think we're safe. Right, let me get one photo, because I need one photograph.
Right, I think we're good. Right then, ladies, gents and teddy bears, what we're going to do, we're going to go through Coningsby together, history with aircraft. I know, right? So, November the 4th, 1940. That's as far back as we're going to go. That's when Coningsby was open, I know. Plans to build it, of course, was in 1937. Allocated to number 5 group, with operating with grass runway. Now, as we're in Lincolnshire, dubbed as Bomber County, don't forget there was around 47 military airfields in England's second largest county. We all heard of the Bomber County. It still is now, in effect, because the Avro Lancaster is back. It came here in 1976, along with the other aircraft, and of course the Battle of Britain memorial flight. And it wasn't until the 23rd of February 1941 that Coningsby received its first residence. So opened 4th of November 1940, received its first residence 23rd of February 1941. And it was indeed the Handley Page Hampden, as we mentioned before on the streams. It's had a bit of work done to it. It's had a bit of work. I'm going to turn the screen over this way a little bit so you can kind of get a bit of a feel. So there's our first ever bomber of RAF Coningsby. There it is, our Handley Page Hampden, built to the same specification as the Vickers Wellington bomber, for those that don't know. So 106 Squadron were operating this. Now, sadly for 106 Squadron, they were actually the worst, as in loss ratio. They became the worst of the Hampden squadrons to operate the Hampden. They became the worst loss rate as a percentage on this, so didn't have the best history in its own right. It was dubbed the flying suitcase because the look at that fuselage, almost like a boom fuselage of just 1 meter. I mean, if you're already claustrophobic, if you've been fortunate enough to go into a bomber, especially a Lancaster, that's already claustrophobic. But imagine a 3 foot wide boom there. That is pretty yeah. There were no facilities. I'm going to leave it at that. I'll let your imagination rock up. There was literally no armoured plating to protect the crew. In fact, it became a bit of a well, let's face it, by the time the next aircraft came along, the Avro Manchester here, which we'll talk about in just a second, they noticed that a happy crew was a more better functioning crew. So the Manchester and Lancasters, they were introducing a bit of heating for them in the leading edge. But anyway, let's go back to our Handley Page Hampden. The pilot would have been sat at the top there, but with the folding seat, it was very difficult to get the pilot out should the pilot get injured or worse. Now, just quickly, because we're going to run through the ages of Coningsby's aircraft. The Handley Page Hampden with the 1,000 horsepower Bristol Pegasus engines, it could have a payload of 4,000 pounds. Okay, that's on our beautiful Handley Page Hampden aircraft. They produced around 1,430 of these, and Coningsby had these with 106 Squadron. Okay, it was the only squadron to operate these, with the exception of our next squadron using these because of the situation of the next aircraft to arrive. But I'll give you a few specs. They also made this into a torpedo bomber version. It was also dubbed as a fighter bomber because it was quite maneuverable. Yes, it was nicknamed the flying suitcase because of its 1 meter
fuselage. Wingspan of 69 feet 2 inches, that's 21.08 meters. At a height of 14 feet 11, length of 53 feet 7 inches, and it had the free blade propeller, although my one has had a bit of a modification, at a range of about 1700 miles, with a cruise speed of around 206, with a max speed of about 240, 247. Did have some guns as well, and could take an 18-inch torpedo as well, because it was used for mine laying as well, which 4,000 pounder payload and torpedo or mines as well. So, you know, it was what we had. And our next aircraft came later on. Now, I don't have one of these, but what I do have is, because not many people know, that the Avro Manchester was indeed something that developed into the Lancaster. Not many people know that. In fact, the Lancaster didn't have its own Air Ministry specification because it kind of evolved. In fact, the Handley Page Halifax and the Avro Manchester stroke Lancaster, well, put it this way, they were meant to be twin-engine bombers. That's right. I know, right? P1336. That was the Air Ministry specification. All right. Now you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, the Handley Page Halifax is 4 engines. You're right, because very nearly, the Handley Page Halifax nearly ended up with 2 engines of the same engine that was going to become the failure of the Avro Manchester, which is the next aircraft to arrive here, which I'm going to show you as a picture. Now, it was indeed with number 97 Squadron. 97 Squadron arrived here with, I've had to put a little peg on here, 97 Squadron, who arrived in March with this, the Avro Manchester. Only 206 of these made, and you won't be wrong, and it wouldn't be incorrect for you to say, hang on a minute, it looks like a Avro Lancaster. This is how, for me, the Lancaster started, as an Avro Manchester. I know, right? Look at it. Let's have a little bit more. In fact, the very first one had 3 fins on the tail, had a central fin. However, they found that it caused a lot of vibration, forgot the technical term for it, and they got rid of it. So they introduced what's called a Mark 1A, which omitted it, and it looked like this. It had a 90-foot wingspan, all right, and it was powered by the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Basically 2 Rolls-Royce Peregrine engines put together, which they produced about 850 horsepower each. All right, so on paper it was supposed to have 1760. Now I actually don't have an Avro Manchester. Only made about 206 because there was a few problems. They were about to find out that it was time to literally go back to the drawing board, only because of the engines. Basically, the problems were on the engine, okay, which Roy Chadwick and his crew at Avro, AV Row, they kept going with this because they thought, no, we're not going to be defeated by it, and luckily they didn't. But it kept getting grounded, and it wasn't very good because 106 Squadron were flying the Handley Page Hamden, and they too were about to convert to this as well. They ended up actually using the Hamdens so they can go out, or sometimes 106 Squadron will go out on their own on a mission. The problem was the ball bearings and the piston rods. Piston rods, it was not uncommon for them to start shooting out. Ball bearings used to heat up. Well, when you start getting an overheated engine, it will catch fire. It's pretty much game over, and it's time to feather it. Feathering is when you can shut down an engine and allow the aircraft to fly with one engine. Yeah, they couldn't feather it very well, and that would mean 2 engines going out, and yeah, I'll let you do the rest. So a lot of the incidents didn't involve enemy fire or enemy fighters. It was actually downed, and you'll find that the Manchester was in Lincolnshire mainly. Why? Because it's flat. Why? Because on emergency landings you didn't want to meet hills and countrysides with contours and hills and bumpy rides, so they kept the Manchester in. I mean, can you imagine that? We kept the Manchester here because it was quite flat in case the engines cut out.
or failed. That's not very good. And if you were fortunate enough to fly this at night, the problem was, which was never rectified, that there was a lot of sparks coming out of the engine, and then they couldn't fix that one. So a night fighter would actually go, oh wow, look, a Manchester. So night fighters of the Luftwaffe could actually identify what aircraft it was because of the problems. Anyway, luckily on the 8th of... this was grounded and totally terminated in 1942. They made about 206. Just to cut the long story short, A.V. Rowe and Roy Chadwick decided to extend the wingspan to by 6 foot either side, so it became 102 feet, bear with me. He scrapped the Vulture engine and ordered 4 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. Now, this prototype had a third tail, again extended the H by, I think it was 3 meters, 1.5 meters either side, and it was going to be called the Manchester Mark III. So a 4-engine version. Let me show you what that would have looked like. And it was indeed BT308 Boscombe down. It would have had a circle P for prototype. It would have looked like this with 3 fins, okay? It was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III, Lancaster, and that was on the 8th of January. This then became a bit of a almost there. It was almost there, but Roy Chadwick got rid of the third stabilizer, the third fin, and extended it, like I said. And DG595 was the next prototype flying at Boscombe Down, and all behold, it was named the Avro Lancaster, which is what Coningsby received in 1942, technically at RAF Woodhall Spa, because RAF Coningsby had a grass runway and it was not suitable for this. So Coningsby was operating its Lancasters out of Woodhall Spa for the time being. So it was a satellite station, if you've heard of RAF Woodhall Spa, for now. And then eventually it reopened in 1943. 617 Squadron were also here, 619, 61 Squadron were also here at Coningsby. I know, right? We had Lancaster. So Coningsby's hardened, Class A configured, you know, that triangular classic runway. So from summer of 42 to summer of 43, Coningsby's runways were open. Now, during that time, there are 2 more aircraft that actually used the facilities at Coningsby. It was a beam approach unit, and they were operating the Avro Anson. So I don't have an Anson to show you, but they were here while Coningsby's runway weren't really, you know, operating in a combat role. It was more for training. Also, the Airspeed Oxford was also here. But when Coningsby's runways finally opened in 43, the Avro Lancaster was here, 617 Squadron, who swapped with 619. Anyway, so there we go. So the Lancaster. When we start to get to late 44 and into 45, the next aircraft that was operating here was indeed the world's first multi-role aircraft. We're going to go Coningsby through the ages. So there's our next one. Our next aircraft is indeed the world's first multi-role aircraft, was indeed the Mosquito, the Havilland Mosquito. There we go, there's our beautiful Mosquito. I know, right? But something happened, because in 1953, Coningsby entered the jet era. This next aircraft was actually the, shall we say, the replacement for the Mosquito. The Mosquito served well here at Coningsby. Lots of Mosquito squadrons were serving here. And Coningsby was about to enter the jet era. Now let me go back 3 years, actually, because I've got another one to show you. So 1944, 45, 46, we've got the Mosquito. And it served here, I think, until 1950, because the next aircraft is a bit of a shocker, because it's massive, it's huge. So goodbye our Wooden Wonder and the Flying Tree. 1 second, I'll show you what came up next. Because in 1950, Coningsby had this whopper of an aircraft. Look at this. The Boeing Washington. Look, I know it's a B-29 because the Royal Air Force designation for a B-29 was indeed the Boeing Fortress. That's sorry, the Boeing Washington. Sorry, the Boeing Fortress is a B-17. So Coningsby had this in 1950. Look at that for a few years. The B-29. But in the Royal Air Force, it was called the Boeing Washington. How cool is that? The B-1 bombers. Look at that, beautiful, right? Imagine these here. These are massive, absolutely massive. But yes, see ya. You are right. It is a, it is indeed a B-29. I mean, those massive, massive, massive engines. Also, I have forgotten another aircraft. There were Avro Lincolns here as well for a brief period of time. Do beg my pardon there. Do beg your pardon there. Sorry about that. We did have these as well. Also the Avro Lincoln as well. So there we go. The Boeing Washington. How cool is that? Sounds good, doesn't it? So, Coningsby entered the jet era in 1953, and it was indeed the Canberras. There we go. Let's show you the Canberra. There we go. Coningsby's first ever aircraft was the jet aircraft was the English Electric Canberra as a bomber, a medium bomber. Look at that, beaut, isn't it? Hey, look how beautiful that is. Unbelievable. So I absolutely love this aircraft. I'm going to do a featured education on the Canberra. Could be used in a various amount of roles: electronic warfare, reconnaissance training, medium bomber. Was used a lot out in the missions over Burma and in the Far East. Absolutely wonderful, amazing. And that was in 1953. Now, in 1962 to 64, just for 2 years, we had this. Now, calm down everyone. I know you're all going to get excited. But Coningsby in 1962 to 64 were operating, I know, this, the Avro Vulcan. It would have been the B2 version, and that was here just for a couple of years. And they would have been parked up all the way, in fact, you would have had some parked up all the way down by the ORP down there. And you would have had the crew bus over there, a blue crew bus dropping off the crew ready to scramble these things. Amazing, the Avro Vulcan, an iconic British beaut in my opinion. An absolutely beautiful, beautiful bomber. How amazing is this? Look at that. This one indeed, XM607, is actually today's gate guard of Waddington, somewhere in Waddington. I don't know where it's parked up, keeps getting moved about, but there we go. How amazing is that? Now, the next aircraft changed Coningsby, really. Now, like I said, 1962 to 64, we still had, I think we still had our English Electric Canberra still here, I think, operating. But it was time to actually replace the Canberra as well. Now, this left for Cottesmore, and it was time for a new aircraft, and it was going to be a a complete change of scene. So Coningsby, to replace the Canberra, was going to be chosen to become the first TSR2 station. I know, right? But that did not happen. The next aircraft, the contract went ahead until things started to go emotional in the financial world. Things started to become a bit more expensive. It's just the way the market works. In fact, it almost doubled the price of each unit of the F111K. In fact, Davey has sent me some wonderful pics, which I'm sure he may have shared with you on Discord, of the almost finished F111K aardvarks, which F111K was the designation for the Royal Air Force of the aardvark. So that didn't go ahead. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, in 1969, our next aircraft, obviously the Spey engined one, was indeed the Phantoms. So the Phantoms came. Now this is a bit different. Now I believe Jay was trying to tell me that the fuselage is different, okay, on the Spey engine ones, because of course you've got different engines in there. The US Air Force had what, the J79, right? But the Royal Air Force chose to have Spey engine, and it was number 6 squadron that arrived from Akrotiri to here. The flying can openers arrived here with the Spey engine Phantom, another iconic, beautiful aircraft, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. That was in the 69, and then during the 70s and late 70s, many of the squadrons, including 29 fighter, okay, 228, 53, many of them went to Wattisham to replace
the role of the English Electric Lightning at Wattisham. So the Phantom then stood up as the guardian for intercept, basically. Took on the role in the late 70s, sort of 77 from Wattisham. So that was next. We also had a series of Jaguars and Harriers, which I don't have, that were here. And that was with 41 Squadron. In 76, the BBMF arrived here with their wonderful aircraft, the Lancaster, Spitfires, Hurricanes, etc. The Dakota came later in the BBMF. So this changed Coningsby's era as a bomber station. It entered the fighter jet era, right? With this, how cool is that though? 1969, took it right up till late 70s, 1977. After that, like I said, there was Harriers here, and then when we started to get into the 80s, there was various types of Tornado arriving. I know this is a GR4. Of course, this wasn't the first to be here, but there's our, let me just show you our Tornado. So there were various Tornadoes that started to arrive here at Coningsby. So the Tornado making history here at Coningsby, and also Tornado F3 with 29 Squadron, the first operational unit to operate that. Amazing, isn't it, really, when you think about the types? And there were many variants of the Tornado, and it was in 1987 that 29 Squadron became the first operational squadron to be equipped with the Tornado F3. I know this is a GR4, leads the field. There's our 12 Squadron one, but amazing. And a lot of these, like the Harriers and the Tornadoes with 41 Squadron, started to leave around 2019 and 2020. But in the meantime, while the Tornado was having a quite happy career here at Coningsby, in 2003, all the way at Warton Aerodrome, 29 Reserve and of course number 17 Squadron were training on a very new aircraft. A new fighter jet to dominate the skies. In fact, lots of European countries took upon to get these in. And it was indeed the Typhoon. And it was designated as the F2, first of all. What is that noise? Oh, it's a little Cranwell Embraer Phenom. Yes, so in 2005, it was May the 19th, number 17 Squadron came to Coningsby with the Typhoon. Let's have a little look at our Typhoon. Oh my goodness me. I've got quite a lot of aircraft here. So here we go, May the 19th, number 17 Squadron arrived with the Typhoon. There we go, that's it, that's our history right there. And like I said, it wasn't until sort of, I think 2019, 2020 that the last aircraft of such as the Tornado left. How cool. Amazing, isn't it? History. 29 Squadron was selected to become the operational conversion unit, and then other squadrons followed, number 3, number 11, to frontline combat ready squadrons. The latest squadron to arrive here was actually number 12. They arrived in 2020 when they stood up in 2018. They became the joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. There we go. They also have their own sort of RAF Bally at RAF Leeming, flying the Hawk Mark 167, which is a Qatari Emirate Air Force designation for the Hawk T2. Pretty much exactly the same, but just a different name. So their number 11 Qatari Emirate Air Force are the squadron over there. They're trained by our Royal Air Force QFIs. Once trained, they come here with 29 Squadron, and then I guess number 12. So there we go, a little through the ages. I don't think I've done that before. I do that with Lakenheath, but I've not done that with the with Coningsby's history. How cool is that, eh? There we go. Thanks, Davey, for the pictures there. Sandy Wynn, good to hear from you. I hope you're doing all right. I did see that you weren't doing too good. Hope you're better. Ali Leyland, oi oi, Derek, Margot, Argan, Wee Stevie Boy, Alex Blackcat, Colin, Foxy Killer, David Robinson, oi oi to you. Yes, I did have a good holiday. Simon Watchon, Righty, my late father was a former RAF Binbrook with Canberra's. Christopher Carr, how you doing as well? Lots of you getting excited about the aircraft. I've got a lot of aircraft down here. Wow. Henk Verhul, how you doing? Fritz, Derek, Alan Gates, Sandy Wynn. I hope, yeah, just seen you there. Thanks, Nicholas. You're welcome. Get well soon from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel. I'm going to move some of the aircraft on here because I can't walk anywhere. Amazing. Yeah, let's get some of this down here. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Bob, what are you doing here, mate? Bob, you can't be on yet. You haven't. Tom hasn't got his PDA yet, mate.
Yeah, no, but you know, I just had to, you know. Yes, just hello, my name's Bob. I said Flight Lieutenant Bob, and just going around, but I'm just modelling the new outfit. But we can't wear these until until we get our PDA. But Bob, you can't wear that, mate, yet. Oh, okay, don't worry, sir. Now let me just get changed into. Let me get changed there. And how about this? Is this all right? Bob, you can't wear that one, mate. Well, my name's not Bob. I'm Phil. All right, Phil, how you doing? I'm all right, mate. You all right? Yeah, I'm okay, mate. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. No idea what he said, but there you go. That's the bears for you. Lots of the bears. You can get them on the RAF trad. And tomorrow, we've got a very funny show with the bears tomorrow. So make sure you're tuned in tomorrow for something a little bit different. It may, it could go horribly wrong in the funniest way, you know, as with the bears.
Down from the rest country there now.
My name's Reggie, part of RAF Regiment here in Canberra. Yeah. Just thought I'd pop by, see what's going on here now. Just doing me perimeter checks. Yeah, just put me lid down. It's what we say for a beret, call it a lid. You know what I mean? Just getting me mush, a little bit of a tan, you know. You gotta fine tune it there now. Yeah, it's right there now. Yeah, I've got to go on a little course tomorrow. Down at Waddington, I know, RAF Regiment 2503 coming at you. I know, apparently they got something special for me. Well, I hope they don't take me on one of those pretty little planes. I mean, can you imagine me in one of those pretty little red planes there flying around? Us regiment, we like to keep our feet on the ground there, don't. That's right. Yeah, we don't do any of that flying business. We like to jump out of aircraft, don't really like flying really. Nah, I don't think I've ever landed in an aircraft, normally jumping out. Yeah, that's right there now. Right, behave yourselves. My name's RAF Ted. Mates call me Reggie. Behave yourself down now.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Hope you're all enjoying the show. It's yep, for some people they may think I'm not in England, but we actually do have a blue sky. I haven't added any fancy filters or anything. Although, hey, you know it is. But Gary, high five and a paw pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards march to you. Thank you so much for that gifting. You know, making 5 of the 5 viewers a member. Thank you very much. And of course, if you are a member, you know, if you've just been gifted a membership or taken out a Ted Coningsby membership, please enjoy. Please go and just
let yourself go. All right, have a look at all the perks. Click on perks on your YouTube membership of the Ted Coningsby channel. Have a look at all the perks that you get with that. It is phenomenal. From members only videos, members only live streams, even discount on our merchandise. So don't forget to visit tedconingsby.co.uk, and you'll be treated to various discounts that you can use. You can find the code on your level of membership as well. We've got our own members only Discord server as well. Do give it a go and enjoy it, and trust me, you will not be disappointed. Dan8B86, 7 months membership. Been a while, Nikos. Great to watch the streams. You too, man. Ali Leyland, high five. Paul Pump, thank you so much for that. Super. A Guards March for you. Thank you so much for that. Dave Smith, high five. Thank you very much for that. Super as well. For salmon and coffee, thanks Ted, Nikos and the TCS crew. Thank you very much for that. Really, really awesome. Thank you so much. Jimmy Adams, look at this. I mean, 25 months membership. How has it been that long? It's amazing. We've had 3 years milestones today. Amazing. Thank you so much. Christopher Carr, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. We Stevie Boy, 19 months membership. Also part of our fighter squadron. Again, amazing support there. Oi, oi, everyone. I have returned. Thank you. And we love your return. Mark Moody, high five. Thank you very much for that. Super as well. Great to have you back, Nikos. It's great to be back. It really is. It's something of a passion of mine, and I love bringing you the shows. Pauline Elson, 26 months membership, serving with our membership. Great channel. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Absolutely incredible. Thanks, Colin, for your super as well. Colin N9. And Nick J. Wright with 15 months membership. Great to see you back. Yes, back from holiday. We usually go March and October, usually. Yeah, it's all good. Ding, ding, ding. There's Ted. Although I will be ordering some new, I need to get some new flags. I don't think these flags, when they were bought, but actually, we'll roll that back. I don't think these flags, when they were made, were planning on being used every day in all sorts of weather on a YouTube channel, as much as it does in all weathers. I mean, and held by squadron leader Ted. And yeah, don't forget we got a variety of t-shirts. We've got loads of key tags, key rings, patches, and we still got a selection of baseball hats as well. Do check it out. Beanie hats, still got them. Don't forget. Laser Tech, how you doing as well? Yeah, I need to order some new flags. They are a bit battered, to say the least. Oh, goodness me. Let me go and get one of our baseball hats. I'll come on the show now. It's military, they can't tell you that. It's not available to the public, so you just gotta ride it out.
Yeah. Right.
No worries.
I've just followed you on there.
Oh, thank you. Well, enjoy the sun as well, but thanks for subscribing, man. Thank you. Yeah, you just never know. They can start later sometimes as well, you just never know. So I was here in the morning, yeah, so it's pretty good. Cool, no worries. So I will model this in just a second. Yeah, we got a variety of baseball hats, and here's one of them here. I haven't worn this for a while actually. Well, mind you, I couldn't, could I? Because of the weather. Yeah, look at this. Nice PVC with TC. Nice Union flag there, and TED there, and there's quite a bit of detail on the inside as well. Look at that. Send it. Oh yeah. This is a TED Coningsby. Look at that, even TC. Got TED Coningsby on the back of there, and an adjuster here, and it's even got like a little insert here so you can put the remaining strap, so unless you want it to stick out. But of course, let's model it up. Let's get on the show. How we doing? My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. We go right. Yeah, they're all right, aren't they? And of course, if the sun's behind you, you can give it that look, or you can get it on the front, whichever way you want. Thing is, I can't have it this way because I keep bashing into the microphone and the camera. So I usually have it the other way, and normally later on, hopefully the sun's behind me, give me a bit of a nice warm glow, you know, so it's all good. But yeah, here they are. We do have, like I said, a variety of these. We've still got our beanie hats in it. Like I said, if you're a member, make sure that you use your discount code as well. You don't want to lose that, unless you don't want to, of course. But hey, it's all good. And just a big thank you for all those that support the channel through membership. It means so much. You know, fuel, just keeping the vehicle, you know, legal, you know, roadworthy, insurance, you know, all that kind of thing. You know, through your membership and purchasing our merchandise really does help keep the channel going and flowing. So a big thank you to all our members. How are we doing? It's good to have you back, and it's good to be back as well. So I do miss it. But that's not to say I didn't enjoy the holiday. It was amazing. Really enjoyed the holiday there. It was absolutely amazing. Really had a good time. I did actually switch off. It's really hard for me to do that. It's really hard not to have a book. I did take some books, but I did pretty well. In fact, the only thing I was doing a bit more studying, which is going to be a future education. I won't spoil it. I was just researching one particular aircraft, and there's a lot of you that would have guessed which one it is. It's pretty good, pretty amazing. And I think someone asked me what would I rather have at RIAT fly, even though I don't think it would. Well, you never know, unless Northrop Grumman can put it together. If you probably can work it out. I don't mind you guessing, it's all good. But yeah, oi, how you doing, my lads at RAF Coningsby, and women as well. Big shout out to all of them. Beautiful, love it. You know, if you got any questions, we can do a quick Q&A. Let's have a look. Yeah, we could do a Q&A. Do you want a Q&A? So anything about the history, anything about the planes. I have put some of them away, but it doesn't matter. I can always go and get it. Take care, Anne. Oh, I don't know. Could be any time. Now, an hour, 2 hours, I don't know, buddy. Sorry. You just got to enjoy the sun, though. It's out.
Where's the Teddy at?
He's here. He's just he's there, man. Take care. Yeah, see you later, man. Woo! Yeah, right. Let's have a look. We got any? Let's have a look here now. Can't wait for my print and shirt. Lynx Rainbird, thank you very much. Yeah, so we got a special squadron print. Ted's Typhoon that was made with the Ted's livery. I've been speaking to the Typhoon display team, see if they'd do it. No. Although they were interested, trust me. Just kidding. But there we go. Let's have a look. Holly Swain, who's asked, how did you get into this and learn all the info and facts? Well, okay, so how did I get into it? It literally COVID. I'm going to break this down a little bit. Maybe I should finally make a video. Literally just Ted was a car mascot. For those that know, Ted survived going on the bridge. Car mascot, going to Woodhall Spa, going to the Petwood because I was a wedding photographer. I was driving along, the lights went on at Coningsby down by, is it Boston Road? Is it Boston Road, that end?
Was that, no, Langrick Road down that, and this is Old Boston Road, isn't it? Or Boston Road, sorry, in Old Boston's right. No, going along, don't forget, I was a wedding photographer. Ted was in my car. The lights came on at Coningsby. I was going to Woodhall Spa because the rules were relaxed during COVID for weddings, even though you could only have 30 people. Long story short, the lights came on at Coningsby. I pulled over at the lay-by just before the lights, and literally you could see this very video. You have to go all the way back with the 2 billion videos. I literally I don't know what came over me, got Ted and filmed Ted, all right, with the Typhoon coming into land. And big shout out to Turners, by the way, the haulers, the haulage company. They pulled a little bit back so I can get my video, or he was either that or just worried about what this person was doing with the teddy bear. Probably the latter. Anyway, did that video, posted it to Facebook. And the very Facebook page is run by John Smith, who's always promoting our channel. So thank you to John Smith. It's RAF, as in RAF Coningsby Spotters Group. So big shout out to him. So I posted it on there. Everyone loved it, thought it was funny. I got to know what Coningsby was, because what I didn't tell you, I had no idea. The reason I found this, I was looking at potential places to do some photo shoots, being a photographer. I came across the bomb dump, but you can't get access to it. And then I saw these triangle planes, fighter jets flying around. I thought they were Mirage. That's how bad I was. But at least Mirage is a Delta Wing. So I was going to work after all the bad luck. Sorry, thought some had flown up. Actually, this is actually starting to get a bit of wind. Give me a sec. Let me just secure this. Yeah, no idea what Coningsby was. Didn't even know what time. I thought the tornado was still flying. You know. Anyway, so I did that, and then I found out a little bit more about Coningsby. Found a website, told me about Reedham Lane. The Coningsby Spotters Group was going on about this Typhoon display pilot. I thought, oh, okay, brilliant. So I ended up at Reedham Lane and did a video of that very display. Again, you can see that on our first couple of videos that I was hanging around here in Reedham Lane. And I did the video of Sainty, who was the 2021 Typhoon display pilot. This was around April when I did this, or early May. And I was, in fact, the photo, the graphics on the van are from, because I did do some photography at Reedham Lane, but I also filmed Sainty's practice display. Now I put that on Facebook, and I got a big thumbs up, and they took Ted up for a flight, and I was like, this could work. So I decided to do, it wasn't a military channel at the time, it was still called Waterfalls of Britain, and I was just doing some filming of Ted at a phone box, Ted at a pub, Ted at a waterfall. Didn't really have a genre at all. Ted even flew here on the maiden flight of Blackjack, for those that know. I do have a model of that. And I didn't really think about doing like an actual military thing. That didn't come till late. I don't think that came until sort of August, because weddings started to get back. I didn't really have time, but 3 years ago, around this sort of time, I decided to go full-time this. But on my first streams that I did, that it is on there, someone found it the other day, I didn't know what to say. I was just thinking, okay, let's go on Google. Okay, this is a Typhoon. I had no idea, you know, almost reading it word for word, but I mean, the rest of the bears didn't come into it, which most of them you can still buy on the RAF Trad website, so do check it out. It's a good charity, Royal Air Force Association, so it does help. But kind of the sales went through the roof for them, for Reggie. I can see all the funny feedback that you give, and all the reviews are all about this channel on there, so obviously helped, and it's a good cause. So a lot of the bears support the Royal Air Force Association. We don't sell them, but you could say I do promote it and advertise them. So it's kind of nice to do that, because it is for charity at the end of the day, so it's massive help. But yeah, there you go. And then how do I know all the info and facts? Read and write and just keep. But the thing is, I got it to a point where it was staying in my head, so I love it. I leave it, I live it and breathe it. That's probably the right way. What else? Sorry if I missed some of your questions. Haven't seen that Capstar before. We'll have to get one when I've got some spec out. Yeah, no worries. Let's have a look. Oh, Derek. Yeah, we got polo shirts in, the highly demanded due to public demand. So Holly Swain, Holly Swain, yeah. Hope I answered your question. Let's have a look, see if we got any more. Found the very first video. Yeah, you did, Dita, yeah, you did. We wish, look at this now. What a journey, absolutely. Dave L, Nichols is an extreme weather forecast. Yeah, absolutely. All things happen for a reason, and so pleased for Nikos and us. Thank you very much, Captain A. Totally bang on. Things do happen for a reason, absolutely. Can't actually answer that, Avro Vulcan fanatic. I cannot answer that, sadly. Alex Raven, don't know just yet. Don't know. I don't want to say, don't want to quote on that. Be nice, but not sure. Quite like it here. We always mix it up anyway. Holly Swain, amazing. Thank you, Nicholas. Crazy how things can change direction in life. I'm still very new and learning. Always feel free to ask. As you're a member, you can take advantage of our Discord server. You know, lots of very knowledgeable crew out there. Feel free to ask. I may not answer it directly. You may notice if you ask me a question, I'll kind of like leave it with me, but I will answer it so that maybe others may have that same question. And the funny thing is, your questions are the same as what I asked, and I like to teach it in the way I learnt it. Hey, listen, I thought a Typhoon was a Mirage. Okay, I got the triangular delta wing correct, right? But then I thought maybe there are others that don't know what that is. Maybe there are others that think the red arrows just, you know, turn up and fly. Which is not true, but if I thought that, there may be someone else that thought that. So how I learned was the way I want to teach it. Okay, so that's why I'll always keep it in that family friendly sort of welcoming composition. That's a bit of a strong word there, Nikos. Denzel Hughes, a classic question. What's your favourite base? Okay, a very common question, and I don't mind giving you that. And although I love them all, and that is my answer, I love them all because I love the variety. There is no, I mean, you go to the Mac Loop, you can go to Whole Beach, different experience, go to Lossiemouth. But when I come here, it's where I first started, so I'd always have that sort of no place like home. So that'll be the answer. I love them all, but here I get that sort of happy buzz because it's where it all started. Will there be a new poster of the new Typhoon pilot poster? I guess, yeah, I guess so. It's just a guess. I can't answer for the Typhoon display team, but I would have thought so. Brochure defo, they'll be doing a brochure. I'm not sure about a poster, but hey. Captain A question, any plans for a stream at Shawbury or Odium to see helicopters? Okay, another great question. Okay, so when we go to Whole Beach, we kind of get the best of both. We get to see the Chinook and the Apaches. I know that's Wattisham or Middle Wallet. We get to see them in action and land there and do their stuff. Odium probably no, but Shawbury possibly. On that, so yeah, but Shawbury is a long way, so I'd have to link that up with Map Loop, so leave it with me. Alan Q, why are some parked outside, some in the shelters? Hopefully this doesn't sound like, you know, blunt, but because they are, but because you have 29 squadrons main ASP there, so you're going to predominantly have them, the main 29 squadron are going to be parked outside and the rest of the squadrons will use the hangars, but that's not to say it's designated. It is literally because they are, and that's it. It may not give you the answer that you wanted, but they are, and you'll find mainly 12 squadron are along parked up under those shelters. But yeah, there's no real reason other than that. So you're going to have the most 29 squadron parked on the main ASB. It's a training, it's a schooling, it's where you learn and teach, and it's mainly 12 squadron in the shelters, but not always. It's not always. It's just the way they park them. You know, Royal Air Force, you know, as well as many other air forces, things are done to the T. Everything has a process, everything has a home, so you'll find usually the particular aircraft will be there. You don't often see a lot of 12 Squadron marked jets out on the main ASP, so you'll have them parked. It's just a process thing, that's all. Hope that, you know, there isn't an absolutely glorious reason other than it's just the way they park them up. Dave, which RAF base in the UK haven't been to but want to? Have we done? I think we've covered them all, to be honest. Oh, hang on. No, wait. Wait. It's not a base. It's. Oh, what's it called? Oh, goodness me, the range up in Scotland. Fort RAF? Is it that one? Yeah, I want to do that one. Yeah, I want to do that one. Where they, you know. Let's have a look. Margot, that's a good one. Ted Coningsby, what would your favourite choice in music for an air display, please? Ooh, good question. I love that. Cape RAF, that's it. Hang on a minute. Let me just check. I know exactly. Hang on a minute. Gosh, what's it called? Do you know, I forgot the name of this song. And hang on. Let me just check. Let's have a look. Yes. Do you know what? Perfect song, piece of music for an air display. You ready for this? Is because I can never pronounce it. It's Voyager, the Carte Blanche song. Yeah, it's got to be that one. It's got to be that one. Voyager, that's it. Carte Blanche, that one. That the full blown version. That one. That'll be awesome. Nice little late 90s track in it. Let's have a look what else we got. Yeah, Port RAF in Scotland. I'd love to go there. That is a must. Kevin Jenkins, I remember when you first started. Gave a big shout out to Nigel and Kev on the Road Sweepers. 35 years I did it now. Oh, I'm disabled, live Woodhall Spa, but I watch you all the time. Brill. Nice one, man. Nice one. Yeah, Cape RAF. When does Cobra Warrior start? Doesn't it start on the 16th? I think it's the 16th. Do you know what? Daniel Roberts, RAF Kirk Newton. I've actually been there and it's featured. I believe that's where Paddy was. Do you remember Paddy, 2022 RAF Typhoon display pilot? I believe he was a glider instructor there. I'm pretty sure he was there. I'm going to say 99%. But Kirk Newton, I've actually been there, and I've got it in one of our videos, and it will be when we visited Lossy. On the way back from Lossy, but it will be my first video at Lossymouth will feature. Yeah, it's on there. That's a good one, Daniel. Let's have a look. Sorry if I've missed your questions there, but Mark Moody, that song, that Carte Blanche is amazing. That song is like, oh yeah. It's banging. Just put that on with Red Arrows, or put that on with a Typhoon display. May not work with the BBMF, but still. There you go, Kirk Newton. Yeah, I've been there, just outside of Edinburgh. And again, as I mentioned tomorrow, you know, performing to music is from mid 1920s. It's not a new thing. A lot of people thought it was modern, but it's definitely not. Yeah, we trip to RNAS Yeovilton. It is far away, mind. It is quite far away. Don't forget that. You know, it's nice having these, but they are quite far away. You know, we're talking about an 8-hour, 7-hour round trip to get there, so it's not close. Especially the Fleet Air Arm. Classic. Are they still using Falcons and Hawks at Coningsby? They do use it. They do use falconry here. Yep, they do. Phoenix, the company that's contracted, have their the Falconeers here to do that. They do use falconry. When am I going to the USA? I don't know just yet. I'll need to make a few more contacts for that before I get out there. And it's also a case of taking out the kit out there. On the way back, RAF Alnwick. Yeah, I remember that. The deli, yes. Was that you, was it? Jim Sutherland, I remember that. That was unbelievable. I remember that outside the, so like a service station, right? That was mad, that man, unbelievable. Listening now. Yeah, there's not. What range can they use live bombs? It will be at definitely at Cape RAF that they'll use that. You know, you got to remember, you know, using ordnance like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, the practice and training bombs they use at Hull Beach will still hurt you. You know, even the bombs are filled with concrete. You know what I mean? That's going to hurt, regardless. And I've had Apache firing live rockets as well, but I believe the head on it, it's the charge is active, but I don't think the head is any explosive. But that said, it's still absolutely dangerous if you were to, you know, which is why you don't go on the range. But next time we're at Hull Beach, I'll give you all the, you know, the do's and don'ts to housekeeping. But Cape RAF is definitely a place they use live ones. It's on a particular island that they use away from civilization. So yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, Mark Moody, Tane, that's another one. Yep. So yeah, all good. Right, that's me done. If you've got any other questions, I'm gonna go and grab a cup of tea. There's our yeah, so this is the main ASP, as I was saying. So you're gonna get a lot of the schooling here at Coningsby for the junior pilots that have just gone on. And it is such an important base for that. This is where they will transition into frontline to go on to, was it 9 or 10? Yeah, if you include 1435 flight, then you've got 10 units. There could even be a qualified flying instructor here. So there are 10 units, 10 Typhoon squadrons, shall we say. I've added the 1435 flight into that, but here we've got 5, as I mentioned, in numerical order, if I can do that in my head. We've got 3 fighter, 11 fighter, number 12, 29 and 41 at Scotland in Lossiemouth. We've got number 1 fighter squadron, number 2 AC squadron. You've also got number 6, the flying can openers, and number 9, the green bats, and of course all the way at the Falklands, 1435 flight. They have the letter designated on their stabilizer on the tail, so they got F for faith, C for charity, H for hope, and D for desperation. Bit of an interesting name, the latter. Could never get my head around that one, but I believe it. I can't remember what the meaning is with that. Someone mentioned it. Was it to do with the spare parts that they were using? As in why they named it Desperation for the parts. I don't know if I did see that in the comments. I've not come across that, but like I said, I did come across the Gloucester Gladiators defending Malta during that time, and I stumbled across that with Roald Dahl and Squadron Leader Marmaduke Patel, that they flew together. I know Roald Dahl, the author, the legend. There are many iconic figures that that have actually served with the Royal Air Force. It's amazing, isn't it? Garvey Island. Is that what it's called, Davey? Thanks, man. So that island is called Garvey Island. Nice. So if you want to know what air shows that we've got in so far, if you go on our website, tedconingsby.co.uk, and click No Teds, that will give you where we are. Obviously that's constantly changing. I'm constantly trying to apply. Oh, spicy juggernauts parked next to us. Oi oi to you. Not Captain Weber trying to eat and lunch and watch. So yeah, we'll be at Waddington, all being well that is, tomorrow for our Red Arrows training session show. Looking forward to that. Right, I'm just going to go and Foxy Gillers, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've got this really cool book at home. It's all about 1,000 likes. Thank you so much. It was a South African born squadron leader, Marmaduke Patel, who sadly passed away on the 20th of April 1941, where he was seen to have been shot down over the Aegean, over Greece, in his Hawker Hurricane legend, and he is dubbed as the pilot with the most aerial victories of the Royal Air Force in World War II. He served from 1936 to 41. He served with number 80 and number 33. Spent a lot of time in Africa as well, flying the Gloucester Gladiator until he converted to the Hurricane. I believe he got most of his aerial victories with the Gladiator, and he did fly alongside Roald Dahl as well, which was quite amazing. When you look at some of this history, yeah. So Marmaduke Thomas St. John Patel, but his nickname was Pat. That was it. Some sources suggest nearly 60. It was in the 50s, but amazing. Ooh, Davey, thank you very much. 1435 Phantom. Wow, thanks Davey for these. Oh yeah, nice. Cool, that one's got D on it, right? Nice one, man. Tame. Oh, lovely. Perry, thanks for all the photos. They look amazing. XV497, D for desperation, absolutely. Nice one, thank you. So, we just gotta wait. You may have heard me say we don't know any times they're not available to the public. You just sit back, relax, especially on a nice sunny day, and enjoy what goes on. And you know, we had the Dakota, the C-47, come out a couple of times on our last shows, and it wasn't exactly the best weather, right? So, you know, watch this space. It is that time of year now. We're going to potentially see the Spitfires come out. Which ones? Ooh, I don't mind, to be honest, which ones come out. And the Hurricanes will come out as well. Not sure which one they're going to use, but don't think we've seen the Hurricane this year, have we? We'll see. Again, I'll give you all the history with that as well. So I'll do Coningsby's history a little bit different. I'll do it. I did it today with the models. Hope you enjoyed it. Something a little bit different. Always good to mix it up. 1,000 likes. Thank you very much indeed. Simon Watchell, how you doing? Oi oi, Margot.
yeah, all is good. Right, let's go and have a look. Just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. Now we're doing ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. I'm just going to go and grab a Michael Woodringe. Welcome to the show. Davey, how you doing? Hope you're good. Righty, Foxy Killers, Ali Leyland, oi oi, Airwaves. Rank 1 is banging tune. Nice. Got Captain Weber, how you doing? Hope you're good. Van Halen, oh, that's good. Oh, somebody get me a doctor. Love that one. Oi oi. Denzel Hughes, how you doing? Nikos, most decorated pilot. Oh, pilot. RAF or, I mean, that's, I mean, I think it's John Brown with, I mean, he's got DSO and 2 bars and the DFC and bar. We've also got Johnny Johnson, but then you could say Eric Winkle Brown, right? Because he flew everything. Eric Brown, right? Eric Winkle Brown. I mean, I know Eric was Navy, though, wasn't he? But yeah, Captain Eric Melrose Winkle Brown. I mean, he was CBE, DSC. I mean, he had a lot as well. I mean, he's very highly decorated. Johnny Johnson as well, the Royal Air Force. I don't know, it's out of those three. Out of those three. Very good question, very good. I know Winkle Brown was definitely decorated, but I think John Brown was, yeah, I mean, US Air Force, I would put Bud Day anytime. I'd say Bud Day. Even Dwayne Hackney, but I'd put definitely Colonel George Bud Day. I'd put him up the top. Jimmy Doolittle, I know he got Medal of Honor, but I'm not sure. I think Bud Day. I'm going to go with Bud Day on US Air Force, and I'd put Eric Brown, Navy, and probably John Bram at the top of the Royal Air Force, I would say. But that, don't get that confused with aerial victories, mind, because Johnny Johnson had more victories than John Bram. So yeah, so just I think for decorating and having the most aerial victories is not to be confused. But yeah, good question, very good. In a minute.
Some good questions still coming in. Someone's asked which aircraft that isn't airworthy would you like to see fly? Goodness me, that's a good one. That is a good one. Very good question. Still quite a few rolling in. Yeah, John Minter, yeah, definitely. I totally forgot about Joe Satriani. Motorcycle driver and summer song. Goodness me, I've got to save this Typhoon from flying off the van. It's very windy again. That's a surprise. Not. Yeah, good question. I mean, don't want to give it away, but I'd love the Horton 229. Username TM4ED1QS1I. I mean, that's just a mess, isn't it? That's not long by name, is it? I know you're from the regiment, right? Oh, goodness me. Is that long by name? And it's just changed to user TM? Goodness me. Oh, my word. When are you at Leeming next? Usually in November. We usually do our annual trip to Leeming, usually in November. Yeah, Horton 229 will be something I'd love to see fly. Goodness me. Dave, I'm not sure. I mean, the one that was still flying in South Africa is no longer due to an incident, bless it. Yeah, suddenly the yeah, I might need to get some of the stuff off the van here. It's getting a little bit punchy, that wind. You can probably hear it now. Yeah, give me a second. The plastic models definitely need to go back inside. It's really punchy, actually. Cause a bit of havoc. Oh, that one should be alright. Yeah, that one's alright. It's alright. I've secured it. I've secured it with my own version of Michael Aspel's folder of Teducation. Yeah. Some great questions coming in. Keep them rolling in if you want. Righty, which is your favourite Mexican band? Oh, it's got to be the one at Bournemouth, isn't it, really? I don't think, I'm not sure if they were Mexican, you know. I'm not sure. Don't know. I got a funny feeling it was somewhere, I don't know, was it Argentina, he said, or something? I'm not sure. Well, that is a hard one. Foxy Killer. I mean, that is very difficult. A bit of a personal question, I guess, but what would you say is the most iconic military aircraft ever? Ooh, I mean, that's just I mean, you could say realistically, I mean, you know, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, you mentioned Spitfire. You mention, if you go up to anyone and ask them, you know, famous Royal Air Force bomber, you know, of World War II, they're most likely going to say Lancaster. Would that be fair to say that? You know, famous World War II fighter of the Royal Air Force. I'm going to say 99% will probably just jump straight to Spitfire. Although many of you may not know what a Supermarine Baby is, if you've ever heard of that. Well, the Supermarine Baby would be where it all began, with flying boats. So have a look at that. Oi, oi. But I mean, you take the 80s, for me, you know, for me the most iconic aircraft of the Royal Air Force for the 80s is got to be the Vulcan, only because of what it played, only because of the role that it played during the Falklands, you know. But it's I guess, you know, that, I mean, you could use it as history, you could say in history, but then it would be unfair on the other bombers of World War II that did the work, such as the Halifax, the Sterlings, which eventually in 43 became the bomber that didn't bomb. It's very hard. I mean, you've always got that contest as well between the Hurricane and the Spitfire, but then you've also got the other side of things to say, well, 109 or Spitfire, and then you can go on, so on and so on. So I guess for me, the most iconic, you know, US Air Force aircraft has to be, ooh, now that is going to be a hard one, because you have to break it down into era. For me, in World War II, thing is, you got a choice of Thunderbolt, P-47, B-17, but then you'd argue and say, well, what about the B-24? What about the B-25? So there's a lot of aircraft that are iconic in their own right, and I think the final scale and the fine tuning will be down to personal opinion. So it's very, very difficult to answer that, but there are aircraft that are completely iconic, and there are many that are forgotten, which is a bit of a shame in that respect. So yeah, very, very interesting. For me, the 80s has got to be the Vulcan, only due to the fact of the role that it played in the Falklands. Without that, you know, and without the Victor, you know, buddying up, what, 13 of them, right? You know, it's interesting. Like I said, there's many aircraft that are iconic in their own right. Definitely. You know, let's have a little look at something different. Hang on a minute. Oh, I've got a bit missing. I'm going to need to do some work on that. You know, I mean, you've also got the Stuka as well. You've got the Stuka, another iconic in the Luftwaffe. But then, what about this? This doesn't get a lot of, you know. What about the ME-110? What about this one? But then, like I said, let's have a look at these two. You know, they were a little bit different. Oh, hello. Sounds like something's taxiing out for departure. What about these two? Kind of like the Hurricane and Spitfire scenario, the 109 and the 190. You know, these were Luftwaffe iconic aircraft, but then when you take these two away and you add this to the mix, then you're talking something. You know, what about this? The ME-262. Absolute, you know, innovation, the pioneering, the swept wing to give it more speed. You know, look at unbelievable technology. You know, it's something that's interesting is the fact that you've got to keep up with the Joneses. you know, and as dark as it sounds, you know, especially with the things going on in the World War, does boost technology. It injects the speed at which the rate of technology is completely improved, because it forces you to get things done quicker. It's a shame in that sense, I get that, but you know, you take the MiG, the Foxbat, if it wasn't for that, then there wouldn't be an F-15, there would not, you know, and you're always keeping up with the Joneses, you know, like I've always said this before, you know, the Hurricane come out first, you know, then the Spitfire, keeping up with each other, but then the 109s, they were upgraded all the time, so that way, you know, you're falling behind. Tell you what, in some sense, during the Second World War, you know, Germany, they were very good at technology and pioneering things. The British were very good at keeping up. That's one way of looking at it. You know, there's so many aspects that you can look at, you know, with the technology of radar, you know, trying to outdo each other, battle of the beams. It's amazing. It's sad in some ways that it takes that to, you know, to evolve in technology, but that's the way it is. You know, the Wright brothers probably didn't think they'd be dropping, you know, handheld bombs and attaching rifles and guns to the biplanes when they were a thing. It's amazing when you think about it in that way, how technology, you know, you got all these famous battles, even in mythology, even in classical Greece, you know, the ballad, you know, Troy and other stuff like that, all the Roman battles, and you know, Carthage, all these naval battles, you know, the Spanish Armada, all the naval battles and all this stuff. I mean, when you look at aerial battles, they're very modern. It doesn't have that rich history. And that's exactly right, you know, and you've said it very fairly and diplomatically. It's nice to hear your opinion on that, and it's interesting to see all your others. You know, all the aircraft that you're mentioning are iconic. SR-71, the Harrier, absolutely, and they all have their own evolution. And you know, let's not take away the beautiful engineering of engines. Engines in their own right had their own evolution as well. Engines, think about it, you know, think about the Gloucester, the Bristol Mercury, you know, the Rolls-Royce Kestrel, you know, around those sort of engine power at the time, developing onto the Goshawk engine, and then finally the Pegasus. The Pegasus for me had that leap for 1,000 horsepower upwards, okay, the Bristol Pegasus, and then of course the really punchy Bristol Hercules engine, which a Mark II Lancaster did actually have the Bristol Hercules engines. Even, like I said, even the evolution of engines is in its own right very, I mean, there's some iconic engines in there. I mean, you could say the Pegasus as well, you know, the Rolls-Royce Peg. Amazing. you know, let's not forget, I don't think anyone's mentioned the Mosquito. I mean, that's an absolute icon. And don't forget the single-seater version developed for the Far East. It's the Havilland Hornet single-seater version, you know, a dedicated fighter version. Amazing when you look at that. For me, even the Vickers Wellington, great aircraft, fantastic. You know, the RAF's most produced bomber, 11,461. Amazing. Even a record breaker as well. In just 24 hours, they assembled it and flew it. I mean, that is... I mean, they were making the... I mean, on a standard production, they were making that at... I think, what was it? Was it 7 a week? They were making literally 1 a day. I mean, that's a good rate. First ever 4-engine monoplane bomber, the short Stirling. Again, amazing history for them. Amazing. You know, the English Electric Canberra played a great part. Boeing Washingtons. You are right, definitely, as a matter of opinion. All the aircraft that you mentioned are absolutely excellent. For me, I love the Thunderbolt, the P-47 Thunderbolt. I love that, absolutely love it. Similar role to the Hawker Typhoon. Again, amazing. I think we may have departure. Let me just check. I did hear something. Indeed, absolutely the Whirlwind, the first twin-engine fighter, but that was sadly determined by the engine, quite rightly so. Amazing history. Dave-O, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. Oh, absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. Definitely. Post-war is, you know, the bridge of jet, piston to jet, and it's got to be this view for me. It is an absolutely, if you ever did the history of the English Electric Canberra, it is mind-boggling. It's absolutely mind-boggling. It really is. You know, took its first flight on I always remember it, Friday the 13th, May the 13th, 1949. And the way it was developed, you know, by a company that were making kettles and electrical equipment and locomotive, you know, English Electric were making fridges, locomotives and that kind of stuff, and they developed this absolutely. And the way it was designed, you know, with the cabin, with the cockpit, actually could be taken off, literally taken apart. You can add a longer nose, you can turn it into reconnaissance, you can turn it into a bomber. It was absolutely amazing. Even just the design of it, and it did have a few issues with the engines. I forgot the name of it now. It was where the crosswinds would go in. Oh gosh, what was it called? Oh no, I've lost the word for it. But it was, but they rectified that. They would actually just, yeah, they rectify. Is that? Yeah, hang on a minute. We do have a takeoff. But yeah, remarkable the way they could just take. It was literally made in 5 parts, where you could just, you know, if you want a reconnaissance version, if you want a trainer version. There we go. Look, there's our Foon over there. How many we got? 1 or 2? Oh, here's a single one. Here we go. Talk history, get aircraft, right? There we go. So we've got a single Typhoon. But the history of that English letter in Canberra is absolutely phenomenal, really is. You know, it had a good reputation at Whitton, Binbrook as well. 13th of May 1949. Even the US were very, very interested in it. Developed into the Martin B-57 Canberra. And it was a world record breaker as well. It broke a lot of records. We'll talk about that in just a second. Let's get our Typhoon here. That is a singleton. Education on the Canberra. It needs a good at least an hour to talk about the Canberra. It really is. And it was based it, and I'll tell you what, another place as well, Marham had goodness me, it had what was it, 50 years or 52 years of service at the Canberra at RAF Marham, and absolutely that's another station. And it's, this, we're talking about as far back as 1951, setting a world distance record. It was to replace the Mosquito as well, and it became the first jet aircraft to make a non-stop transatlantic flight as well. And throughout most of the 50s, it could fly, higher altitude than any other aircraft in the world. And in 1957, it established a world altitude record. Amazing, staggering, 70,310 feet. That's 21,430 meters. It was amazing, and it wasn't armed as in a defensive armament. It would have bombs. Indeed, it was, you can turn it into a reconnaissance aircraft by taking off the front. The cockpit was literally made into its own, almost like a little capsule that you can take off and just fit a longer nose if you want to. You can widen the wingspan if you want to start to add, various armament to it. It's absolutely remarkable. It really is, and it was literally the bridge to, to that leap from piston to jet engine. Absolutely remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Really was. There's of course being added as a nuclear strike aircraft, a reconnaissance aircraft, a light, a medium bomber aircraft, and it was started to be based here at Coningsby in 1953. Absolutely amazing. Like I said, it's got a lot of history. It was Beaumont as well, Beaumont that was the test pilot all the way in 1949, 13th of May. It was a Friday. I remember watching a video that he said, because it was Friday the 13th, they weren't sure about flying it, and it was a day like this, very sunny, a little bit of wind, and he said, well, it's a sunny day, that's obviously a good omen. So they did. Air Ministry specification was B3/45,
So for those that know about the Air Ministry specification, I'll tell you that the specification came out in 1945 and was the third of that year. B4 Heavy, almost like a bomber. They did use a letter P for a medium bomber. But yeah, absolutely remarkable the way it was constructed into 5 parts, where you could literally take off the front, change the nose, literally like Lego, literally, and amazing. May 1951, when it entered service with the Royal Air Force. It was with 101 Squadron, being the first to receive it. Amazing, absolutely amazing, right? A classic aircraft, and I know a lot of you love it, and it sounded great as well. It had a nice little tone to it. A photo reconnaissance role as well. Like I said, it absolutely amazing. Lots of different variants as well. Pretty sure the Navy had one, right? Did the Navy have one? Almost like to say that RNAS Yelverton had one as well. I may be wrong. Pretty sure the Royal Navy did have one of these, or had the Canberra in some specifications. But there we go, the Canberra B2 entered service at 101 January 1951. Number 9 Squadron as well. Lots of other squadrons. The Canberra replaced Mosquitoes, Lincolns and Washingtons. I mean, those legendary aircraft with their piston engines. It was no match for this. Absolutely. It had the altitude, it had the speed. I mean, it had jet engines. You know, you could not fault that. Took part in, forgot the name of it, oh gosh, took part in Cyprus with the conflict out there. Goodness me, it's where has not this been, honestly? Where hasn't this this aircraft been? Remarkable stuff, that, remarkable stuff. Don't think there's any flying with the Royal Air Force anymore, but I think NASA has one or two. I think one's had a bit of a bump, actually, sadly to say that. Had a crew of 3, length at 65 feet 6 inches. It's 19.96 meters. So the amazing, absolutely amazing. Wingspan at 64 feet. It's 19.51. Absolutely awesome. Had 2 Rolls-Royce Avon engines. 7,400 pounds of thrust, non-afterburning, max speed at 580. That's Mach 0.88. There we go. So it won't be too long, I would have thought. I'm sure we'll usually get away with 2. Just had a single Typhoon just depart there. Let's have a look. We've got some canopies up over the main ASP. I'll just lighten that up. Thank you very much for confirming that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen a Canberra with Royal Navy written on it.
Probably went behind it, maybe.
So, won't be too long till wave 2 commences, I would have thought. Oh, might catch something else. Dental Hughes, yeah, absolutely. The Suez Canal crisis, and also the AOCA crisis in Cyprus as well was used there.
been used quite a lot. Sure, did they use it in the Gulf War? I'm pretty sure. I know they used it in Cyprus. Do you know, I forgot the name. Was it Operation Musketeer? I'm going to stick my neck out on that one. It almost was it Operation Musketeer? I'm pretty sure. It might be the wrong conflict or battle, but I'm pretty sure Operation Musketeer may have been a Canberra operation. But there we go. See, this is the thing, because I don't specialise in one sort of area like World War II or one particular plane, because I have a broad scope, because it's nice to be able to talk about different things. This is where some of my info gets a bit scattered about and can sometimes interlink each other. Davey, yep, thank you very much. David Robinson, could be. I could have got it wrong. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure. I know it was. I just seemed to link that operation with the Canberra, and it was something to do with about 30 Canberras went to Cyprus, if I remember that. That was it was something similar to Musketeer. Maybe it was something else, but there we go. Brent Mosley, how you doing? From Henrietta and 15 Wing. Oi, how you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Okay, cool. Right, I've got to now think what that one in Cyprus was. Unless they went to Cyprus and then went to the Suez Canal, the Suez Crisis. So it could be that. I think that maybe that's where I've got that a little bit entwined, shall we say. So maybe they were there and then, yeah, maybe they were operating from Cyprus, right? Could be that, but yeah, I did, like I said, I knew it was a Canberra. Yeah, nice one. Cool. There we go, we got there in the end. So, what is that? Yeah, I'm wondering if, yeah, there was, I think it was 30 of them that went to Cyprus. Where did I read that from then? It's one of my amazing books that I have at home. Oh dear. Just trying to think, where did I get that from? It must have been Whitton. I wonder if it was RAF Whitton. Hang on a minute. I wonder if they went to Akrotiri and then went in. Yeah, I'm just sorry about this. It's going to bug me because I read it. Obviously, I have a lot of books, and and I read it somewhere, and I must have got the got my facts entwined.
I know.
But anyway, I'm glad I remembered Musketeer, to say the least. Tell you what, we haven't seen Ian Brea today from Wharton.
Funny enough, we were in there last night. Yeah, the prices are. Yeah, sort of down south. It's like,
I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. Tell you what, I think I know where it is. Oh, I know where that was. So I'm talking to myself at the moment. Didn't I do something about RAF Upward a long time ago? Bless you. Because they had Canberra's at Upward, right? I'm pretty sure they, on my lost airfields, I may have mentioned one of the, give me a sec. Yeah, leave it with me. I'm trying to find out what that was.
Yeah, as you say, you know, probably nearly the month now, but like, you know, 80 quid or something. It's down there, we got married. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Davey, for doing that. Yeah, so that makes sense. So, right, that's it. They went for Operation Musketeer, but went to Cyprus to operate from there. So, yeah, nice one. That makes sense. So, I almost got it. Almost got it. Yeah, cool. Thanks for that. Yeah, Upward. Yeah. So that's where I've got that from. Nice. Let's get the TEDs out. Well, thanks for joining us, and wow, not long now we should get our next set of movements. So for those with radios, listen out for call sign Dragon 01, who it's just a few more 1,500 foot practice displays before he will drop down to 500 feet, which is an absolute shock to the system. I can tell you that much. I'll just wave goodbye to Steve the burger van. So yes, our 2026 RAF Typhoon display pilot is Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, call sign Dragon 01. And if we hear that, it's all good. And I can't remember, I've lost count of how many he's done. I think he's done about 7, I think. So he's got a couple more to do. So 2 or 3, definitely 2, at least 2. I'll get Ted to find out. But yes, so he'll need to do a total of 10 in total at 1,500 feet. And then he'll drop down to 500 feet to do a few of those. And once that's all comfortable, because it is a bit of a shock, the ground is way closer than you might imagine. And after that, it goes down to minimums. Now, although the display component is at 500 feet, what this allows Tom to do is to be able to do a high-speed flat pass at 100 feet and also a steep turn at 300 feet. So that's what minimums means, not to be confused with the actual display at 100 feet. The display is still, you know, the core is at 500, with the exception of minimums, which give the flexibility of having a 100-foot flat pass and 300 feet hard deck for a steep turn.
It's about half an hour.
Hayley Leyland, how you doing? Hope you're good. Yeah. So hopefully we get Dragon 1. It's obviously a luck of the draw. So we could hear it today. So once, if for those with the radio, if you hear Dragon 1, and if we do, what Tom will do at this stage, we'll go up into a holding, could be not too far, just a few miles radius away from here, and then we'll be allowed to run in for a display if, and he'll be squawking 7004 if he's allowed. Yeah, I know, it'd be nice to get a practice display. We've had 5 performance takeoffs. Sandy wind, yeah, you never know, we might get one. We might get one today. You never know. I mean, the skies are good. Oh, I love Dieter, loving your avatar there, your profile pic, very nice. Adrian Anderson, oi oi to you. That's the AWCU. Laser Tech, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Wow, that was a good lead, wasn't it? Excellent. What I'll do, I'll just swap the mags over. As you never know, things could all kick off very shortly. That's a nice sky. Just swap the mag over. So we've got a pilot in there. Nice, nice. yeah, I'd suggest you get all your gardening done quickly before sort of the next wave. And get your drinks ready, get your snacks and lunch ready, get your popcorn ready. You never know, we may get something rip the sky in two. But let's see, the clouds, well, there's a few clouds scattered, and they just need to be a good, I'd say a good 2,000 feet minimum for a 1,500 foot practice. Hey, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and thank you very much everyone who's hit that like button as well. It's given us 1,000 likes, which has helped push the numbers, so get ready. And thanks a lot to our new subscribers and new members. My name's Nick Oss, I'm a cameraman, historian and commentator, and we have with us, of course, the main bear of the show, Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby.
on, Tom.
So, Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation is a through and through Typhoon pilot. He's a classic example of being influenced by air shows and displays, where he was inspired to join the Royal Air Force at a young age. Born in Pontypridd in South Wales, hence the cool call sign Dragon, he joined 1004 Squadron Air Cadets aged just 13 and learned to fly with 634 Volunteer Gliding Squadron. He progressed well here to the level of gliding instructor at the age of just 16, so learning to fly before he passed his driving test was probably true. And Tom was determined, actually that's a lot with the Royal Air Force, actually that is quite the case, and Tom was determined to become a Royal Air Force pilot and began his career path by studying aerospace engineering at Swansea University, and became a member there of the Universities of Wales Air Squadron, where he flew the cool Grob Tutor. Then Tom joined the Royal Air Force in 2025, completing his IOT, that's initial officer training at RAF Cranwell, and his next step was elementary flying training, EFT, and that was with 16 Squadron at my local at RAF Wittering. The RAF will stream you to a particular route, and when it comes to flying, and for Tom it was fast jet. After EFT it was BFJT, that's basic fast jet training, which would see Tom on a course on the Tucano T1 at RAF Linton on Ouse. If it keeps this going, he'll probably end up being a Red Arrows pilot, because a lot of them do, from reading their history, have all come from the background of Linton on Ouse, but you never know. Watch this space. He achieved his wings there and then went on to AFT, that's Advanced Flying Training course at RAF Valley, where he flew the Hawk T2. His career path was streamed for the Typhoon, and like all Typhoon career pilots, they come to RAF Coningsby with 29 Squadron, which of course, as you know, is the OCU. Now, once Tom was qualified on the Typhoon, he served with the Flying Can Openers, number 6 Squadron at RAF Lossiemouth. He flew on many operations in the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and carried out many NATO air policing duties. Now, Tom also took part in the 70 formation for the Platinum Jubilee for the Royal Fly Past. 2024, he was posted back to Coningsby at 29 Squadron and is a QFI qualified flying instructor, training the latest and greatest women and men on the Typhoon. And in January 2026, he was announced as the 2026 RAF Typhoon display pilot. There he goes. Typhoon, the Eurofighter, took its first flight in 1994 as the DA-1. Entered service with the Royal Air Force in, well, it was received in 2003 and had its first operational home in May 19th, 2005. Didn't have the name until 1998. Typhoon was added to keep the sort of wind phenomena like tornado, and they used Typhoon. It was given the name in September at the Farnborough Air Show in 1998. Also, August 2003, the German Air Force accepted its first series production Eurofighter. So it was around 2003. I'm not 100% on all the others, but I believe it was Germany that may have had the first ones. Cool. Avro Vulcan 77. Nice one. That's cool. Great experience. Silver Trig, welcome aboard. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Right, lots of Foon startups coming up now. So I've got to get familiar with his manoeuvres. The leaping salmon is back. I know, the leaping salmon, literally high speed pass, a 9G turn, a bleed speed, and then Tom will roll it round straight into a high alpha, which is where the Typhoon slows down at a rate of 120 knots and keeps that high alpha, the angle of attack, quite high. Amazing, isn't it? You may see some lots of aileron rolls, and notice when a pilot, especially down to 500 feet at low altitudes in displays, when a pilot is about to do lots of rolls, the pilot will lift the nose up because you're going to lose lift. You're going to actually lose a lot of lift, so you need to lift up the nose and do a series of aileron rolls. That's why they do it. I can't remember if Tom does a half Cuban, but I'll show you it anyway. Half Cuban is literally a high-speed pass, and you do like a 5/8 of a loop, and then when you're inverted about here on the 5/8 of the loop, you 180 it straight down. To do the full Cuban, you do the same again, to do almost like an infinity symbol pretty much, but it's called a Cuban 8. But a half Cuban, where you do one part of the 8. So again, pretty cool maneuver. So we'll get to see quite a few different things. Let's see what we're going to get. If I remember, he does a slow roll like this. Let's see what we're going to get. Looking forward to that. Let me just move that round, give myself a little bit more room. Lovely to see the support for Dragon there, amazing. So we'll take off and come to holding before being allowed to run in for his display. Actually, I'll concentrate on that. We do have inbound. Doing some adjustments here. Right. Display, because again, a bit like the sequence, I need to get my footing wrapped for this. thank you very much for your support there. Nice one, Gaz. Excited for this. Okay, here we go.
Got a first as well.
Looks like some sort of scene out of Top Gear here, where they've organised some sort of wacky race. Tuned in, you are tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel. It's not an episode of Brookside or anything like that. Oh dear, someone's just gone into the wall.
into this, isn't he? You can tell he's it's almost like Formula One, warming up those tyres. Just he's raring to go. So he's just going into holding until he's cleared to run in for the display. Just reheats on there. You see that? Oh. Nice little warm up there from Thomas. do so, Tom will be cleared to enter running for his display.
It's happening. I've just got the scanner out of the
120 knots. Incredible stuff, and that's at 1500. So I reckon next week, if there's a couple more displays in this week, I'd say next week we could see some 500-foot displays commence. Teddy's gone, mate. Hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen. That was absolutely magnificent. Well done to the 2026 RAF Typhoon display pilot, Flight Lieutenant Tom Dragon 01 Nation. Excellent stuff. Into the circuit to finish up. Wave 2 has officially commenced as Typhoon's just taxiing out now for departure. We've had 5 performance takeoffs, 1 practice display, and who knows what we got left for the rest of the day.
baseball hat that's come off. Probably flying somewhere. Oh, there it is, just down there. Won't get it. Hang on. I even had a beret down. Well, I had a cap down. But, there we go. Oh, this wind's just picked up just a bit.
You alright?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well, right behind you.
Oh, nice, nice one. Well, we got more to go. What time is it? 14:27. Yeah, pretty good. Amazing. Smooth as salmon, Pat. Thank you very much, Gary. Thanks for your kind words. Silver Trig, how you doing? Hope you're good. Mark Moody, all your air brake wave. Yeah, it's always good, isn't it? Classic. There we go. So, a few more departures for us before we finish up for the day. Sharon Pilkington, wheelie to you. Yeah, the baseball hat obviously isn't gonna last a. Oh, here we go. More Foons taxiing out for departure. Good fun. You alright? How's it going? Okay?
Yeah, man, you?
Good, thank you. more departures before we depart as well. It's a good first day back. Really enjoyed the first day. DHC receiving a Ted Coningsby membership, courtesy of EP65. Thanks a lot as well to you, Davey. How you doing? Margot, Foxy Killers, Mark Moody, Denzel Hughes, Jimmy G, Simon Watchorn. How you all doing? Hope you're all good. Mark Dudley, Silver Trig, been a real great stream today, plenty of PTOs, and fantastic practice to play from Tom. Thanks for the coverage, Nikos, you're most welcome. So yeah, we're going to finish up soon, not too long. Nice to break it in on the first day, you know, just to ease yourself in there. Tomorrow we've got the Red Arrows, so hopefully. So should finish up very short. So for now, stay tuned. We've got a couple more departures to go. Again, for those that have just joined us, welcome to the show. Okay, here we go. Looks good. This looks good. Push there, nice, nicely done. Ooh, it's a bit windy. Nick Panayodu, how you doing? Margot Baxter, how's it going? Mark Moody, oi oi. Blue Lightning Bird, how you doing as well? Oi oi. Great stream, welcome back, Nikos. Thank you very much for your kind words. Yeah, so you know how it is. When you come back from holiday, you feel a little bit rusty. That's probably my right. I like that word. Thanks a lot, Davey, as well for your kind words as well. Recover Ted's beret. The wind's picked up quite a bit, so what we're going to do, we're just going to see if Ted can note this. EP65, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. The Guards March to you. Alan Q, thanks a lot for the super. Gary, thank you very much. High five, thanks a lot for the super as well. Skills in it. Oh, bless. Thank you very much. Del Bragg, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you for joining us. Also, Dava9, thank you very much. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. Gary, high five. Poor Pump. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March. Thank you very much. Malika Unibun, thank you very much for the super. Guards March. Kev Howard, how you doing, Kevy?
from Liverpool. Oh yes, Oi Spanner crew and Ted Coningsby. Nikos, thank you very much. Steve Seppman, look at that. 41 months of membership. Remember the days of Crashgate 2? Yeah, absolutely. 41, I think you may be the highest. I think you are the, well, definitely one of, but I don't see many 41 months membership serving. High five for that one, and thanks for being a member for that long. I believe you may have the record, or at least you're in the top 2, because I don't know many apart from myself, obviously. Lynx Rainbird, high five and a paw pump. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March, Lynx Rainbird, thank you very much. Someone watching, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. N Termia with 36 months membership. Hey Nikos and Ted, keep up the great work. Guards March, thank you very much. 3 years, congratulations. Not Captain Faber, 34 months of membership. Another 5 months of TCS. Joining the Ted Coningsby membership. High five, Guards March, thank you very much. Dan, member 7 months as well. Been a while, Nikos. Great to see the streams. Thank you very much. Gary, high five, paw pump. Guards March, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Ali Leyland, high five, paw pump. Thank you for that. Super. Guards March. The Bat Purple with 10 months as well. Guards March as well. Thank you very much. Well, what a day. About a cracking day, and a good first day back, of course. See ya. Yeah, see you later, man. So it's been a cracker, really has been amazing. I hope you've all enjoyed it, and we got a, yes, all is good. So I'll just hang on there till our traditional 3 o'clock, just in case we get more. Because you never know. Normally I finish around 3, so come on. First day back and all that. Debbie Brooks, how you doing? Debbie Brooks, hope you're well. In regards to yourself and Gary. Roberts as well, thank you very much. So, hope you've all enjoyed today. Just gonna stay tuned just for a little bit longer, because I've still got 20 minutes. You never know what we'll get in 20 minutes. I think we've got a Typhoon running, spooling in the background. Hard to tell in the wind as it's blasting through my ear.
everyone for the support. Welcome to everyone who's tuned in, and a nice welcome back from all of us, really. Welcome back from myself, being back. It's been great to see you all on the show. It's been amazing. He'll be proud of that one. We certainly are. Bobby, thank you as well. Debbie Brooks, Simon Watchon, Bama Van. It's been really good. So hope to get you 4 streams this week. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Hopefully. Normally we do 5, but first day back is today from our holidays. Yeah, for those asking for a photo, I'll be finishing in about 18 minutes. As soon as I'm done, I'm going to grab a photo or some merch. Just saying. Got a little bit of a few things going on here. Typhoon taxiing over here. Two Typhoons taxiing over here. So you can really see the, if you look at the top of the tail, and of course the nose, painted in a different grey, of course, because of the sensitive equipment. Well, this is a new one. They've changed on there, I don't know what's going on. What's going on, you know? Nice 11 squadron markings there. The 2 Eagles. So markings, the first one was number 11 Fighter Squadron, the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, if that's the one with the two eagles. Two eagles representing the pusher biplane that they were operating during the First World War. The other one with the Fox, that's number 12 Squadron, if that's the ones. Looks like the taxiway is closed for whichever reason, and so they taxied using the other side. There you go. Simple as that. Could be anything like that. Nothing. I mean, that's normal on any aerodrome, any airport. If the taxiway is closed for whichever reason, they could be doing some maintenance. Could be doing some drills on there that they require. And there are plenty of other taxi options. They can even use the runway called a backtrack if they're going to be taxiing back. So the opposite direction of the runway that it's used in. So for example, taxiing from us to where they take off from would be a backtrack. That just seems the case. It sounds like the taxiway was just not in use for that period of time. So there we go. Safety, that's why you have different frequencies from the air traffic controller from ground to departures to various frequencies to assist aircraft and of course personnel on the ground so that there isn't any incidents or any collisions. So there could have been someone working, could be a contractor working on the taxiway doing some work. It's all down to air traffic controller to get the aircraft around safely. To make an entrance.
might even get a backwards flying crow. Look at this. Let's have a look. Oh, which feet you all going? Where you gonna go, mate? Where you going? Hey? Don't give me that Richard Brand look, mate. Do you know what I mean? What are you doing? Russell Brand. Sorry. Who's Richard? I mean, it might get a backwards flying crow. See ya. Right, let's have a look. Backwards flying crow. Here we go. Come on in. Pro 01, cleared for takeoff. Go on in. Get a backwards flying crow here. So, see ya. His mate is coming to join him. Good. What's the matter? What's the matter? What's wrong? You're not sure about it? Go on, you can do it. Come on, go. He did it. Right. Oh, right then, we are about. I'll tell you what, the weather is just literally just completely deteriorated. Thanks a lot to Debbie Brooks for the super chat there. Debbie, thank you very much. Been a member for 34 months. Here we go. Bear hug, best team in the world. Oh, bless you. There you go. There's a bear hug for Debbie Brooks. Margot, thank you very much for the super. Bobby as well, thank you very much for the super. And Kevin Marshall, thank you very much for being a member for 22 months. Or keep up the great work, everyone. Debbie, thanks again for your 34 months membership. And also, thank you so much to the two of you. And for being a Fighter Squadron member as well. Thank you very much. Right then, Teddy. I think it's time. I think we did all right. I think we survived the first day back. The first day back from holiday. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You can see it's really deteriorated. The weather has gone. Blue skies have gone, and there we go. So thank you very much. I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been real good fun. 5 performance takeoffs and a practice display. It's been really, really good, hasn't it? Been amazing. So I hope you all enjoyed it, our first day back. And yeah, nice one, and well done to everyone giving us the Q&A. That was really good, really good. Keep it up, and we'll do more of them in other shows as well. So I hope you enjoyed that. RAF Coningsby, thank you very much for what you do, securing our skies and protecting UK airspace. Thank you very much from all of us at Ted Coningsby channel. Thanks to our Royal Air Force, and of course our viewers and members. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been a great first day back. So I think that's us done then. Kebab wrapped and salmon wrapped sushi. Ah, yeah. Here we go. Right, my name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, our salmon-loving squadron leader. And I hope you've enjoyed today. And we've been live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, and our first time for the week, see you soon. Wish you well. See ya.
Due to land, is that?
You are not ending my show with that.
Oh.
Thank you very much, everyone. See ya. You were waiting for that famous moment to get in the end of the stream. How dare you? Nah, I don't know, mate. There's loads out, so there could be more. There could be more. That was funny. That was good. Oh.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.